All right. Good
All right.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So, welcome to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here at Decaf Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner, Master Coach A. My name is Coach Rizal Sanchez, and I am your host for this segment.
Right, I am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Coach KJ, co-hosting segment 10 with Coach Rizal, and we have four speakers for this segment. Now let's, if you want to get right on to our first speaker, Coach Rizal. Do we want to do that now?
Yes. With
All
our
right.
first, go ahead, Coach KJ.
Yes, our first speaker shared these facts about her. First, she is a health and fitness enthusiast. She's also a woman of faith. She's a learning geek and adventurous, and she's also a challenge seeker. Oh, I like that.
Yes, so our next speaker is really into adventure, Coach KJ,
Right.
and to our fellow coaches. She
Yeah.
is fond of going up to the mountain, and she really enjoys going on a trail with some bunch of friends.
Wow, interesting. I shared that in my interesting fact also. Na I like the mountains also, no? Yeah. So,
Oo.
probably
Pwede kang
what to
sumama sa
tell us?
kanya.
Yes. Diba? So, all right. So our first speaker is from Batch One. The
Mm.
title of her talk is Identity Recall, the Life After COVID-19, a guiding principle on how we should live a purposeful life after experiencing COVID-19. After all these, who are you? How are you? And what do you imagine yourself to be like? We are in this situation that's causing so much fear, so much stress, and so much anxiety. Discover how you can take center stage and orchestrate the new fellow coaches and friends. And help me welcome our first speaker for the segment, Coach Audrey Chitayen.
Roll the video.
Time to be part of this Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs that is based in Dallas, Texas, USA. This talk is in response to the original material of Master Coach A on COVID-19, ROI, or Return of Insight. You may also watch a replay of the said Kapihan Night on Coach A's YouTube channel. I am Change Agent Audrey Titayan. I'm a training specialist by profession and one of the certified life coaches that specializes in self awareness and personal development. Something fun about me, I consider myself as a learning geek. For me, learning and overcoming obstacles in life are some of the things I'm really passionate about. For me, the world is so huge. In our lifetime, your lifetime will never be enough to explore everything. But I believe that there are certain areas where we can focus our time, devote our energy, and invest our resources to make the most of every opportunity that we have, regardless if the circumstances are favorable or not. Now, my talk is all about, of course, the pandemic COVID 19, but I don't want to focus on the things that beyond our control. I want to share some insights on what would be our life after COVID 19. I will also be sharing some guiding principles on how to live a purposeful life after experiencing this pandemic. Now, we know that COVID 19 undeniably rock our country. As a matter of fact, regardless of our social status, regardless of people are living in a first or third world country, they're also affected. It tremendously changed our lives and impact our daily routine. No one had ever thought that a certain microorganism can close us down and restrict many people from doing the things they love. With over a million of reported cases and with less than 100,000 of deaths globally, people who lost their lives battling this pandemic. It's like watching an explosion in slow motion. Nobody predicted that it would kill so many people, force countries to lock down, shut schools, and even public places. It even put our life on hold. It hit us badly and it's everywhere. It made the whole world bleed and spread like wildfire. There's panic everywhere, and it's like our lives have been reprogrammed in a snap of a finger. Personally, I have no idea when it will end, but I'm hoping and praying, just like everybody else, that it will be end sooner and the target period of enhanced community quarantine in our country will truly happen. But I won't be focusing on that area, especially that again it's beyond our control. And at the end of the day, we have to compel and follow the country's rules and regulations. Now, my question is, who are you during the chaotic season of COVID 19? What does your life looks like for the succeeding years after COVID 19? And how do you want to live your life to make the most out of it? Now, we're approaching the fourth week of the enhanced community quarantine, and some of us probably realize the weight of humanity, the implications of our action, and how well are we connected with each other. Today, I want to share some insights on how we can get a life out of COVID 19. It's ironic as it may sound, but I strongly believe that COVID 19 gives us the hardest lesson that no one else can do. But it can only happen if we allow ourselves to shift our perspective. Now, what does life stands for? Life stands for learn, impact, forward thinking, and elevate, which will go through, which we will go through in a short while. Now, let me start with L, which is learn. Now, come to think of it and take some time to ask yourself, what are the specific areas in your life that greatly hit by COVID 19? It could be your finances. If you're a regular employee, you're lucky enough if the no work, no pay rule of some companies does not apply to you. And if you have the opportunity to work from home like me, well, it means that you still have a source of income where you can feed your family. But what if you don't have that emergency fund to cover your expenses and to sustain the 1 month quarantine period? And your employer does not have any choice but to temporarily shut down the operations. The reality is you have bills to pay, possibly you're the main provider in your family, and you have to take care of some medical expenses of a family member. What about health? If you're going to rate yourself, let's say in a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is the healthiest person, how would you rate yourself in the aspect of mental health, physical, and emotional health? COVID 19 impacts our health badly because its complications, once it hits you, especially if you have a pre existing conditions. What if you're already experiencing some sort of anxiety, depression, and you are mentally challenged prior to the existence of COVID 19 and seeing how the world is falling emotionally moved and overwhelmed you? What about your fear of unknown? If you're the type of person who loves to plan and wants to ensure that everything has been placed in order as much as possible, but now your 1 month plan will not be executed as how it should be, then how will you cope up with it? As a matter of fact, you're not even certain if the 30-day quarantine period will push through or if it needs to be extended because of the increasing case of COVID 19. Your plan then gets delayed and ruined. Or probably you're an extrovert or an outdoor person and staying at home for a month is not in your vocabulary. Well, probably money is not an issue for you, like somebody else. But imagine you feel like being a prisoner in your own home. Yes, you lose your purchasing power somehow because it restricts your mobility. You're capable of traveling, yes, but you cannot go from place to place because of several checkpoints from end to end, and the public transportation is temporarily canceled by operations in compliance with national laws. You can even enjoy your favorite hobby every weekend. Now, the list may continue to go on, and we can spend the remaining hours of this talk talking about them. But what can we get out of those lists besides being aware of our current realities? It's one thing that we're aware of them, but it's another thing to take action based on what we can learn and what we can change. Now, I want you to highlight and take note of the phrases we can learn and we can change because it means it is doable and controllable. It's a matter of shifting our focus between our current reality and the results that we want to achieve. It is something that we need to be mindful so we would know how to act accordingly. It will also serve as our foundation and driving force to make a life inventory and track our identity. Now, based on your actions and responses for the past weeks of experiencing COVID 19, what do you think are the characters that you have shown? And who are you? Are you really yourself during that time, during that pandemic? If you're one of those people who's financially distressed during COVID 19, have you ever thought on how you should prepare for the future, just like the story of ant and grasshopper? Well, for some of you, you might be familiar with it. It's a well known short story that I personally love because we can learn a lot from these creatures. Even though some of you heard about it and familiar about it, I still want to share their story because we can reflect on their character. Now, in a field during summer sometime, Mr. Grassy Grasshopper was hopping about, chirping, singing, and basically enjoying the sun. Now, Mr. Anty or Ant passed by bearing along with great toil an ear of corn that he was taking going back and forth to their nest. Now, Mr. West said to Mr. Andy, why not come and chat with me? Instead of toiling and moiling in that way, well, you know what? How Mr. Andy responded? Well, I'm helping to lay out food for the winter, and I recommend you to do the same. And Mr. Grassy said, why bother about the winter? We have got plenty of food at present. But Mr. Andy continued with what he's doing, continued on his way and his toil. Now, when the winter came, Mr. Grassy Grasshopper had no food and even found himself dying because of hunger, while he saw Mr. Ante as well as his family distributing every day corn, grain from their stores into their nest, which has been a result of what they've collected during summertime. That's the time when Mr. Grassy Grasshopper realized the importance of preparing for the days that he may need it. Now, what's the moral lesson of the story? And how can we relate to Mr. Andy and Mr. Grassy? Let's start with Andy. So we can see that Mr. Andy executes a strong character in terms of preparation for the possible storms of life that he and his family may encounter. Is he aware and certain that it will take place? Possibly yes, possibly no. But he's setting an expectation for himself that in case it happened, there is something that he can use probably for himself and for his family. Was he able to do what he saw? Definitely yes. Now, what is the ultimate goal of Mr. Andy? To store food for the winter, which we can say during crisis and is unable to work for whatever reason to feed himself and his family. And come to think of it, we can say that winter is even longer than the 30-day enhanced quarantine period. What else? Focus. I'm sure you will agree with me that it would be more fun to play under the sun, spend time with our favorite people, and temporarily set aside our goal. It's tempting to enjoy the pleasurable and temporal things in life rather than focusing on what matters most in life. Those activities that will help and will give us long term benefits and eternal value. Was he able to reap what he sowed? Definitely yes. Now let's shift to another character of the story, which is Mr. Grassy Grasshopper. What can we learn from Mr. Grassy? Well, there's nothing wrong with what he did in terms of enjoying and making the most of the summer. Probably is thinking that summer only comes once a year and it's the best time to have fun, definitely. Well, don't get me wrong, I love summer like you do. However, setting our priorities in life makes a huge difference. Again, setting a difference in our lives or setting our priorities in life makes a huge difference. Being aware of the things that we value will impact our future, regardless of our social status. All of us have 24 hours a day to spend. There's a huge difference between Mr. Anti and Mr. Grass's activity on how they spend their time. Just like as humans, were they able to reap what they sow? Definitely yes. Probably this is the best time for us to do a self check. It might not be the crisis of COVID 19, and it could be some family matters that we haven't expected. But how are we preparing in times like this? Or are we embracing one of our favorite taglines? Bahala na. One of my favorite books in the Bible is the book of Ecclesiastes, written by Solomon, which is considered as the wisest man in the world. In chapter 3, I would sum it up as there is time for everything. Mr. Andy and Mr. Brassy are two different creatures. They have the same setting but totally have different perspective, which eventually leads to doing different activities. Now, COVID-19 is pandemic and millions of people around the world are impacted. Yes, the physical location, government system, and economic status are different, but it all hits us, all of us, from first to third world country, has been impacted with this pandemic. But having the right perspective and taking all the learnings we can get out of this pandemic would really make a difference and would truly impact our future self. Let me repeat that. Having the right perspective and taking all the learnings that we can get from this pandemic would really make a difference and impact our future self. Now we're done with L, which stands for learn. Now we'll proceed with I, which means impact. Now, how well did we manage ourselves during COVID 19? What kind of character have we shown to our family and the people around us within the area of our influence? Are we one of those people who express their worries, complaints, anger, or are we one of those people who gives hope and encouragement? It's always easier said than done. It's always easy to remain calm, positive, resilient if we are giving some advice to our loved ones and friends because we are not exactly experiencing their agony and we have different coping mechanisms. They said that the happiest people in the world are those who feel absolutely terrific about themselves. And this is the natural outgrowth of accepting a total responsibility and accountability of every aspects of your life. The happiest people it's not those getting more, but those people who are giving more. So let me introduce to you to Matthew Rika, who is considered and named as the world's happiest man. Okay, he's been called as the happiest man in the world for a decade now, which he denies and laughs about. Now, when he spoke with a business insider at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, he gave some advice on how to be truly happy. For him, stop thinking about me, me, me. This world is not about me, myself, and I. It's not about you, yourself, and you. Okay? For him, it's all about altruism. The reason is thinking about ourselves and how to make things better for ourselves all the time is exhausting and stressful. And ultimately, it leads to unhappiness. Now, it's not the moral ground, but thinking about ourselves all day long can be very stuffy. It's quite miserable because we try to instrumentalize the whole world as a threat and a potential sort of interest to ourselves. Now, if we want to be happy, he says that we should strive to be benevolent, which will not only make us feel better about ourselves, but also it will make other people like us more. Of course, it doesn't mean that we should get or we should allow people to take advantage of us, but we should generally strive to be kind within reason. Another thing he shared is to start training our mind, and that training should be like training to run a marathon. Like him, I personally believe that everyone has the ability to have a lighter mind because there's a potential for goodness in every human being unless there's a chemical imbalance going on with your brain and it's your profession, you're getting paid for not being kind. Now, training our mind can always bring a different level of a joy, but we also need to acknowledge that it's a skill, it's something that we can learn, okay, and we can master so that it will automatically be manifested in times like this and it will create a positive impact in ourselves and the people around us. Now, from the happiest man in the world, what he's personally doing is to spend 15 continuous minutes a day thinking happy thoughts, just thinking of any happy thoughts to train his brain to be happier. And he assured that if we develop this habit every day, even just for 2 weeks, then we can feel positive mental results. And if we practice this habit for 50 years, just like what he is doing, then basically we can become a happiness guru. Maybe, just maybe, we can ask ourselves while waiting for the COVID 19 to pass through, what are the things that we can give to ourselves as a gift that would really, really make us happy? And what are the corresponding values in achieving such happiness that would positively impact our future self and the people around us? Now, we're okay with L, which stands for learn, and I, which means impact. And the third component of life is forward thinking. Now, forward thinking is normally used in a corporate or organizational setting, but what does a forward thinking person looks like? So these are people driven by their strong vision and mission for growth. We can consider them as progressive and interested in new ideas and moving forward. They are not constrained by their existing thoughts, their current thinking, and they constructively push themselves ahead. They don't allow their past to define themselves. They take personal accountability with their own decision and remove the victim mentality. Yes, I won't deny that moving on and thinking forwards, thinking towards the future can be a difficult task for a number of reasons. First, we may be emotionally connected from our past. That gives us so much pain and difficulty to move on. Now, the experience for COVID 19 can be so much traumatic for other people. Unexpectedly losing someone close to your heart can be very painful, and we know that, we acknowledge that. Second, it can be hard to strike a balance as to when to let things go and when to keep pushing forward because we've already invested so much time and emotion, especially when it comes to dealing with relationship. But the complications of moving on can also be minimized by acknowledging our current reality and accepting our weakness because knowing and accepting our weaknesses is as important as knowing and acknowledging our strengths. Now, because the more that we deny the pain or the hurt that we're experiencing, the more that we are resisting the fact that we are emotionally broken and needs healing. We can spend minutes, hours, days, or even months over analyzing the situation or trying to put the pieces together, justifying what could have done, what could have happened, or we can just go ahead and leave the pieces on the floor and move forward. As we become more mature and competent individuals, we begin to truly understand that everything will pass, even COVID 19. This is why knowing when to keep moving forward is so intimately tied to a personal development and emotional maturity. We need to come to a point of making a decision, making a choice, whether a turn to the next page of the book needs to be done, whether writing another book should be done, or simply closing it. All of us experience COVID 19, and as we face it, hopefully we find out who we are and what we really want, and then realize that people see the situations differently. We can keep the life lessons we learned, but still find ourselves moving on. Now, we also need to remind ourselves to give up the illusion of control because it's deceptive. Reality is, we can't control every aspect of our lives. The situation, people around us, this our country. When we choose to let go, we must look forward and think of our future self because our best days are always in front of us. So we need to focus and keep ourselves alive. Now we talk about learn, we talk about impact, we talk about forward thinking, and we're down finally to the last component of life, which is elevate. So Cambridge defines elevate as making someone or something more important or to improve something. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but I hope you'll agree with me that all of us can be a game and life changer. So we can truly experience a profound impact in our lives. We'll realize that life gets better when we get better. Life changes when we change, and we need to make a choice to make it happen. So, again, life gets better when we get better. Life changes when we change, and we need to make a choice to make it happen. Maybe, just maybe, again, you can consider this suggestions on how you can do it. First, elevating your thoughts. This is your way to rewire your mind. So take time to observe what are your thoughts that mostly occupy your mind. Is it pushing you to become a better person or it's pulling you down to stay at your comfort and accept the things you cannot do? It absolutely feels good to visualize things without limitations and restrictions. But based on how our experiences, our past actually shape our lives, we find it difficult, we find it challenging to work on this area. But the truth is, our positive or negative thoughts are learned behavior. It has been shaped by our environment, people that we spend time with, the information that we feed our brain. It's like a computer, okay? Our thought inputs actually lead to the outputs of our life. For example, it's a common stereotype that the Philippines complexion should be fair for her to be considered beautiful. As a result, there are lots of whitening products in the market providing a so-called solution to the insecurities of Filipino women who doesn't have a fair complexion. Because it's how media influence our mind on what does a beautiful woman looks like. If we're not as skinny as the model on the cover of a magazine, we feel less attractive and act in some insecure ways. And nowadays, if you're single and not yet married by a certain age, We think that we're undeserving of our true desires and then we just settle to Mr. Good or Miss Good enough. Next thing is to elevate the important. Well, just like Mr. Ant and Mr. Grassy, we humans also reap what we sow. And in the long run, there's always a price to pay for neglecting the important stuff. Imagine the volcano. There comes a day when the neglected areas of our life will explode in fracas. Ironically, we wonder how we missed the warning signs. We normally hear people say, I just didn't have enough time to do what we want, to do everything. But most frequently, this excuse is actually an opportunity for setting our priorities accordingly. Because time is created, and saying that we don't have time, it's like a polite way of saying, I don't want to do it. It's not my thing, it's not my priority. And nowadays, I'm learning to love the principle of learning to practice becoming a minimalist. Well, it's not just removing physical belongings, but it is also the intentional promotion of the things that we value. It's about deciding what is most important in our lives and removing the things that distract us. It's about removing the urgent so we can finish and complete what's most important. Finally, it's your spiritual health. Now, this might be too religious for other people, but mind you, I'm not talking about religion here. But it's the aspect of our well being which organizes our values, relationships, and the purpose of our lives. And nowadays, we cannot deny the fact that patients and healthcare professionals have experienced a growing recognition of the importance of spiritual health as a foundation of physical and mental health. Now, while there are people, and we, of course, we respect that, there are people who don't believe in God, but nowadays, during this pandemic, we cannot deny the fact how we express our dependence to God in healing the world for this pandemic, protecting our frontliners who willingly risk their lives to treat the affected patients, and restoring the freedom that we temporarily lost. We all express this through prayer. We all express this through communication, through prayer. And whether you consider yourself as a Christian, Buddhist, or a mindful spiritual yogi, science and psychology still acknowledge that our spiritual health affects our physical and emotional well being. It gives us comfort by helping us deal with difficult situations, just like this COVID 19. It encourages forgiveness that leads to a better and healthier relationships. Now, we can say that our spiritual wellness is being connected to something, to someone, a supreme being that we cannot see. But we acknowledge that the supreme being is greater than ourselves, and having a set of values, principles, morals, and beliefs will provide a sense of purpose and meaning to life because these principles guide our actions. Now, the list may go on, and you can even make a personal research on your own after this. But while we wait for borders to be open so we can go back to our normal routine, we mourn for those people who passed away. We respect and salute our frontliners who tirelessly work for our country, and we empathize with the pain and suffering of Filipino who barely can feed their families. Let me end this talk by sharing a true story of a 90-year-old woman who died because of a novel coronavirus. Susan Haberts is from Belgium and was hospitalized on March 20th. So after her condition rapidly deteriorated due to contracting COVID-19 and due to the global shortage of the ventilators, which is the key medical equipment in the treatment of the COVID-19, she reportedly told the doctors that she doesn't want to use the artificial respirator and she wants it to save instead for younger patients. You know what? You know what her justification is? For her, she refused to use the ventilator and asked the doctors because she knows that she was able to make the most of her 90 years on earth and she was able to fulfill her purpose. Now, from COVID 19, we can definitely learn how to impact our future self and the people around us by pursuing a forward thinking perspective and working to elevate on our identity. Now, let me bring you back to the question as we start the session and try to ponder on this. Who are you during the chaotic season of COVID 19? What does your life looks like for the succeeding years? And how do you want to live your life to make the most out of it? Okay, so again, this is Coach Agent Audrey Kitayan, one of the certified life coaches. If you need coaching service, you may reach me through my Facebook page. That's Facebook.com/Audrey Kitayan. You may also visit our coaching hub at Cup Coffee Republic located at Pioneer Center, Compound Capitolio, Pasig City, as we offer a 24 by 7 coaching service on demand. You can also contact 0917-586-1661. And if you're interested or if you want to know more about life coaching and life coach certification program, you can also visit Life Coach Philippines or www.globalcoachentrepreneur.org. Thank you and may you all have a blessed day.
Yun. So that's Coach Audrey Kitayin with her message, Identity Recall, the
Mm-hmm.
life after COVID-19. So to
Right.
all our viewers, to our fellow certified life coaches, to our friends who are currently tuning in, magandang hapon po. So again, this is Global Coaching Summit, and we welcome you this afternoon. So, Coach KJ, di ba?
Yes.
It was a meaningful message from
Yeah.
Coach Audrey of Batch 1. So,
Right. Right.
yung main topic niya or the focus of her message is really bringing you back to your identity
Right.
as a person. And she even focuses on the life after COVID-19.
Right.
So, di
Right.
ba yung iba, if focus ka ngayon at anong mga
Mm-hmm.
kailangan gawin, what you have to do, how
Mm-hmm.
you would like to respond.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Audrey showed us through her message that you can prepare as early as now for the kind of
Mm-hmm.
life that you want to live
Yeah.
after COVID-19. So
Right.
prayerfully after the quarantine, no, that will be lifted up. So she encapsulated it through the acronym of life. So
Mm-hmm.
which she represented as learn,
Mm-hmm.
impact, forward thinking, and elevate.
Elevate.
No,
Yeah.
so yeah, so nung nakita ko yung sa akin, yung pinaka-highlight no habang nakikinig ako sa
Yeah.
kanya, when it comes about uh, L, no, which she represents as learn or learning. It's more
Mm.
of it focuses more of the preparation. So she
Yes.
was able to illustrate it through the story of the ant and the grasshopper.
Mm-hmm.
No? So, makikita mo doon how much preparation, how preparation can really impact your life or the kind of life
Mm.
that that you will have. So,
Mm.
but the ant and the grasshopper, she represented as two choices, no? So there's
Mm.
nothing wrong with the choice of the grasshopper
Mm.
as much as the
Yeah.
choice of the ant. It's just that
Right.
by the end of the day, the question would be, with your choice, with the kind of choice that you have, is
Mm.
it serving the kind of life that you want? No?
Right.
So it all boils down to preparation. So to
Mm.
our fellow coaches and to the community right now is tuning in, yung tanong talaga is what kind of life you want to live after COVID-19. No?
Right.
So
Right.
I
Right.
think it's a beautiful moment to reflect on kasi it's been long that we are in quarantine. No? So
Yeah.
I think with the Holy Week approaching, no, Coach KJ,
Mm.
magandang pagtuunan ng pansin after COVID-19 or after the quarantine kasi yun yung tinitignan natin na parang
Mm.
line, no? Ano nga ba yung tinitignan mong buhay or what kind of life you want to live? The next
Mm.
is yung nakikita ko, coach, yung um, I. No, it's
Mm.
the
Yeah.
impact that she was referring to is a question of how well you manage yourself
Yeah.
during the crisis. So dito
Yeah.
natin makikita kung yung mga responses natin ay nakakatulong ba to the things that we value. So
Yes.
yun
Yes.
lang naman yung pinaka-importanting highlight niya are
Mm.
how you are managing things or the kind of things that you are how you are responding. Is
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
contributing to the things that you are valuing as a
Mm.
person?
Yeah.
Yun.
Yeah.
So, before you would, Coach KJ,
Mm.
share your thoughts as well. I just wanna
Yeah.
acknowledge our fellow coaches online. Maraming salamat, no, for taking your time today.
Yes. Hi, Coach
To
K. Good
yes, so
afternoon.
yan. So Coach K all the way from Tacloban and Coach
Coach Ellen.
yeah, Coach Ellen said purposely life after COVID. Very
There.
beautiful layouts, tama, yung transition, coach. And then
Mm.
sabi
Yeah.
naman ni Coach Candy, then give up the illusion of
Of
control
control.
because yes, by the end of the day naman talaga, you there is nothing in your control other than your
Mm.
responses. And
Yes.
Coach Candy, think with the choice that you have, does it serve the life that you want? Hashtag powerful, no?
Powerful. Yeah.
Yun. So Coach KJ, share your
Yes.
thoughts as well.
Yeah. Actually, I have a few to add then dun sa L and sa I. Ano. First one sa L, the value of preparation is very important. I mean, there's so many people kasi who uh, there's nothing wrong with living by the moment, diba? But on the
Mm.
other hand, uh, yun nga sinasabi, it's better to have it than and not need it than to need it and not have it, diba? So
Yeah.
we should always be prepared for anything that can happen in life, diba? And then the second one,
Totoo.
the sa I, ang ganda nung sinabi niya about yung regarding the happiest man in the world, yung sinabi na stop thinking me, which
Yeah.
also I mentioned that last night na parang if when the moment that I stopped focusing the limelight on myself, the spotlight on myself, and started focusing on other people, and then
Mm.
realizing that there are more people with bigger problems than me, di
Mm.
ba? Parang it's what kumbaga propelled me to action also di ba? Sa na parang wait, I'm okay and these people need more help than I do, parang ganon.
Mm. Mm.
Also with this one yung F and E, I'd like to focus on that. Ano. It's very insightful. Number one is yung F, yung forward thinking. Yung value of accountability and yung
Mm.
having the victim mindset, which is aminin na natin, medyo, kumbaga there are a couple of people that we know din naman who have that kind of mindset.
Oo.
And again,
Mm.
it's natural to think that way. It's natural to think na, oh, I have no choice. It's this is life. This is what life has thrown at me. But at the end of
Mm,
the
mm.
day, you not choosing, we not choosing is a choice already. 'Di ba?
Yes.
So
Mm.
there is always a choice. We can choose to act, we can choose not to act. 'Di ba?
Mm,
Both
mm.
have their pros and cons, pero 'di ba, at the end of the day, the choices that we make, is it making ourselves better? Is it making our lives better, 'di ba? And then
Mm.
also, yon yung sa elevate. Ang ganda nung sinabi niya regarding yung thoughts natin, 'di ba? Those thoughts that we have, it's learned behavior, which is true also, 'di ba? I recall a friend of mine who told me about that, na parang, what kind of movies am I playing in my head? And these movies, what kinds of meanings do I connect to them? How do I interpret them? Kasi at the end of the day, whatever we see or whatever we hear, these are all external factors, di ba? And yun nga yung sabi mo nga, Coach Rizal, how we respond to it. Sabi rin ni Coach Candy kanina, how we respond to it is what may define our lives, di ba? Which is, yun na nga again, with the choices that we make, with the thoughts that we have, it all boils down to the question, is it making our lives better? Is it making me better as a person? Diba? So, and of course, yung sinabi niya na the importance of minimalism. I like that, di ba? Meron yung mga communities na yung minimalist lifestyle, minimalist home, minimalist wardrobe, di ba? Which takes our mind off then yung all the unnecessary clutter that we may have in our mind, di ba? Na parang we are more focused on what's important in our lives. Parang nafufunnel siya. Nafufunnel yung ating thoughts, di ba? And of course, very important yung spiritual health. And I'm happy that she mentioned na it's not just about being religious, kasi syempre meron naman talagang hindi religious na tao but the importance of doing good, choosing to do good or choosing to do better. I think that is what makes us ultimately, diba, a healthier person, diba? What's in our mind is manifested in our body, in our spirit, in everything that we do, and that has so much impact on our lives. There.
Ang ganda nung mo, Coach, ang ganda ng sinabi mo about spirituality, no? When with the physical yung physical manifestation or the bodily yung tipong pag-respond natin really will start from our spirituality. Kaya nga sinasabi mo kung na-declutter yun at na-focus doon sa what do you really value as a person, and is it making you better? Is it progressively getting you there as a human being? No, it will always start in your spirituality or yung tinatawag nating core values mo as a person.
Right.
Kaya nga when we talk about victim mentality, you have mentioned a while ago. Victim mentality is a very a very defeated character, no? Sorry to say, but at some point we need to just really face it head on, no? Every time you get to that point of having that victim mentality, like kawawa naman ako, wala akong magawa, paano to gagawin, I'm so stuck. I mean, with respect to those who are going through it, then we just want to rally and really encourage you that it's not too late. I mean, you have a choice. Sabi nga ni Coach, sabi mo nga kanina, Coach, na even not doing anything is a choice. It is a choice. So by the end of the day, like, your core values matters. So if it is there already and you haven't encountered it yet and you want to recalibrate it, yun, Coach KJ, I just want to encourage all the people that are listening right now, no, that really take time to recalibrate, because your
Right.
core values will really usher you to the kind of life that you want. And this is not just a
Yeah.
simple life, Coach KJ. This is
Yes.
living a fulfilled life. So by
Yes.
the end of the day, yun, tama ka dun, Coach eh. Not doing anything or not choosing anything and, resolving to that victim mentality na kawawa
Mm-mm.
ka naman, na ikaw na lang
Yes.
parati ang ano yan, Coach, gulong ng palad, no?
Yeah.
Parating
Yeah.
ikaw
Yeah.
nasa ilalim, bukas nasa
Yeah.
ilalim pa rin, yung ganon. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
really, by the end of the day, like we life coaches, we offer something like this, not just for
Mm-mm.
anything, no, na may masabi lang kami, but really to allow humanity knows that something like this, something as inspiring and as
Right.
beautiful as what we're going through, it's not easy.
Yeah.
There is a process indeed. It's very
Yes.
challenging, no? But it's
Yes.
worth it. Anyway, even if
Yes.
you will not be going through it, there will always be a challenge. Eh. Then why not
Yes.
choose to go through it, but going through
Yes.
it back to your core?
Yes, yes. Also, I'd like to add, what she said
Mm,
na all of us having yung sa perspective ng grasshopper na
mm,
yung ant and grasshopper na we all have 24 hours in a day, 'di ba? And yung question doon is yung mga tao na who sabihin na natin they look like they have it better, I guess, o yung
mm,
mga
mm.
tao na who seemingly hindi masyado nakaka-prepare or what. Ano siya eh,
Mm.
parang how are we using the 24 hours? 'Di ba? Again, it's a process, it's a journey, 'di ba? And it's never too late. The fact that we get to wake up every single day na makikita
Yes.
natin yung sunrise, there is still hope, there is still a choice. You can make a choice. You can make that choice
Come
every single
on, di ba?
day, di ba? Yun, yeah!
Totoo.
So
I
there.
agree. I agree, Coach. So, again, maraming salamat. That was
Yes.
Coach Audrey Kitayin
Yes.
of Batch 1. No? Sila
Mm-mm.
itong pinakanauna sa ating lahat. So, maraming salamat, Coach Audrey, for
Yeah.
that meaningful message to
Very
us. And
insightful. Yeah.
yeah, so hi to Coach Glenda as well, who is currently online. Hello, Coach.
Hello,
So,
Coach
um,
Glenda.
yeah, so we are excited for our next speaker, Coach
Right.
KJ. So before
Yes.
we will proceed, we will be taking a break for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Again, this is Global Coaching Summit 2. Maraming
Mm-hmm.
salamat for tuning in, but please stay with us for our next speaker.
Right.
Great afternoon.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So, yes, welcome back. So, our 5-minute break. So, welcome again to
Yeah.
Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder CEO, Sir Coach Lakendra Smallwood. Our local coaching program is operated by the global partner Master Coach A. My name,
Right, by the global partner, Master Coach A. My name, kanina si Coach Giselle, and I am your co-host for this segment, segment 10. My name's Coach KJ. And for today, we have four speakers lined up for this segment. Right now, we're at segment 10. And our second speaker shared this info, shared these interesting facts about him. He loves to play the guitar and is passionate with his music and his songs. He even has the heart to support different advocacies. Coach Giselle, tinuloy ko na po. Through his music. And he has a band called Shut Eye View and has an album on Spotify. So you can follow him on Spotify to hear his music. There, Coach, you're back.
yes. So, thank you, Coach KJ. So, he works as an agency manager in an insurance
Mm,
company, handling
yeah,
mostly millennials. No, ito yung ni Coach
yeah,
Eman.
right,
Yes.
right. And so, shall we introduce him now, Coach? Our second speaker is from Batch 5. The title of his talk is To Be Locked In After Lockdown, right? If you knew that the rest of your life would fully depend on your life in the enhanced community quarantine, how would you live each day of it? That's his question. So, focusing on the five things to help you become locked in after the lockdown. Fellow coaches and friends, let us all welcome our second speaker for today in segment 10, Coach Emmanuel Paras.
Hello, I'm Change Agent Emmanuel Paras. I'm a part of the life coach community of Miss Adet, and I would like to share with you things that I would like you to think about, as we move towards the end of the quarantine. So before, I talked about the COVID. Within COVID, what you need to do to be able to focus within the home quarantine. So COVID is an acronym. So C for commune, O for organize, V for visualize, I for inspire, and D for devote. At this point in time, I would like to share with you kung ano naman yung kailangan natin gawin to be able to prepare for the end of the quarantine. So it's also an acronym. So it's 5H. So, but before I discuss about the 5H, I would like to ask you three questions. No? The first question is, if yesterday was the end of your life, how would you remember it? What are the main moments that you would remember, and how would you describe your life if it ended yesterday? The second question would be, if your life in lockdown will fully determine your life afterwards, how would you live it right now? How would you live your life in the lockdown? So, if for example, who you are as a person, how you behave, how you interact with others, how you think, how you feel during the lockdown will fully determine the person that you will be, the achievements that you will achieve, the things that you will have in the after the lockdown. How will you live the next few days before the lockdown ends? So that's one powerful question because it will really frame us into doing our very best to be able to prepare ourselves uh, pag tapos po ng ating lockdown. And the third question that I would like to ask you is, how will you define your COVID-19 experience? No? Basically kasi sa buhay natin, we have two choices. Eh. It's either we let the circumstances, situation define us. No, that is the victim mentality. Wherein, okay, so I'm in this rut or whatever, so it will define me. Or we can define the situation because we are in control. So how will you define your COVID-19 experience? So these are the three things, the three questions that I would like to ask you. If yesterday was the end of your life, how would you remember it? Second is if your life in lockdown will fully determine your life afterwards, how will you live your life in the lockdown? And the third will be how will you define your COVID-19 experience? So having said that, I would just like to share with you the 5H. Uh, I know that I'm allotted 30 minutes, no, but I'm not a really long talker, so I would just like to be straightforward and give you the five things. No? The first, so the 5H, the first H will be the habits, no? So what are the habits that you're doing right now to help you become a better person and become a better worker after the lockdown? So, this time gives us the opportunity to really go into a daily routine that is more controllable for us. So, how do you wake up? How do you start your day? How do you go to the middle of your day? How do you end your day? How do you sleep? How do you spend time with your family? These are the things that will really be crucial after the lockdown. So find a way right now to be able to develop the right habits, the right daily habits, the right daily routine so that it can prepare you towards becoming a better person in the future after the lockdown. So, things like prayer, meditation, evaluation, uh, having that gratitude time, time for thanking God because it's very important for us to stay positive in this point in time. How do you still do your work? How do you handle distractions? How do you spend time with your loved ones? All of those things, the habits are very important. The second thing that I would like to Oh, okay. So before I go to the second thing, so for habits, I just like to briefly mention the blue ocean strategy. So for habits, gawa po kayo ng sa isang papel, divide it into four, and think of what habits do you want to create that will lead you to become a better person. What are the habits that you want to delete? For example, guilty as charged, Facebook, so too much social media, yun, I want to delete or decrease it. No? The third is what you want to increase. No, reading time or meditation time or ano naman yung gusto mong i-decrease. So as I said, social media may be something that you want to decrease. Chatting and useless chatting, yun, that's something that you would also want to decrease. So do an inventory of your current habits and find out what you want to create, what you want to delete, what you want to increase, and what you want to increase. So that's for habit, no. The second H would be health, no. So when you talk of health, we're talking about four dimensions, no. The first is physical dimension. So how do you exercise? How do you keep yourself fit? Because if you want to really prevent the virus from going to you, then the important thing is that you stay healthy physically, stay healthy, exercise, eat the right food, etc. The next is mental health. So what are you doing to be able to maintain your mental health? Uh, for me, it's really just reaching out to my friends and family every day, making sure that they're okay, because that's part of really keeping myself sane, reading books, etc., etc. The third dimension is financial health. So ito yung forte ko because I'm a financial planner and I manage 140 financial advisors in Film Life. No? So check out nyo. Where am I right now? Where are you right now financially? And how would you want to be financially in the future? Because right now, uh, we are in a term called forced retirement. You know, all of us, we are still incurring expenses, pero yung income natin somehow naapektuhan, especially for those who are business people like me. Na our business is currently at a standstill or at a very slow pace because of the lockdown. So, how will you be able to improve yourself financially after the lockdown? No? And then the fourth would be spiritual health. No? So, how are you communicating with the Lord? How are you keeping your spirits up, to be able to combat, what you're feeling right now, and so that you will become a better spiritual being after the lockdown. So for health, how can you become physically healthy beyond lockdown? How can you maintain your mental sanity after the lockdown? What are you going to do financially to be more healthy, to have better financial health and better preparation. So think about getting a health fund. Think about starting or adding on to your retirement fund. The market is down right now, so it's a good time for you to invest. And lastly, how are you going to maintain or improve your spiritual health? So yun. The third H is how, no. So basically, develop a strategy on how you will be able to uh, get back on track. Kasi 'di ba, like for us employees or for us business people, biglang nawala yung momentum natin. I personally, I was having a good year, no, in terms of, my sales, no. Hindi naman super nag-decrease as in zero last month, no, but nag-decrease siya, no. So how will you be able to get back on track in terms of your professional life, in terms of your business life? No, find a way during the lockdown to be able to determine, what you need to do to be able to get back on track, after the lockdown. The fourth H is hope. No, hope is a very important thing. No, I don't use hope a lot. No, but this at this point in time, we really need it. No, where is your hope? No, where does your san ka nililid ng hope mo? Because if we are in a dire situation, if we are in, an almost hopeless situation, it's very important for you to have hope. No, in a hopeless situation, you need to remain hopeful. No? So, what do you hope for? What do you hope for in your life? No, what do you hope for in our community? What do you hope for in terms of the world? No, and it's very important for you to create this excitement and this anticipation. That's something. This out of this, crisis, maybe an opportunity will arise, no? Sabi nga nila in Chinese, the word for crisis is also the same for opportunity. So in this crisis, what is the opportunity that awaits me? And what is my hope for that opportunity? And lastly, the last H is the most important. Where is your heart? And how will you let your heart lead you towards living a better life after the lockdown? Where is your heart right now? Be honest with yourself. Um, diba sa Facebook, meron ngayong mga color like blue, green, ganun. So where is your heart right now? Be very honest with yourself. So my heart is not feeling okay. How will you be able to improve to that? And how will you let your heart guide you towards becoming better after the lockdown. So, yun, very briefly, the 5H would be habits. So think of habits that you want to create, delete, increase, decrease. Where is your health? That number two H, the second H, health, your physical health, mental health, financial health, and spiritual health. That number three H is how are you going to regain your momentum after the lockdown? That number four H is hope. Where is your hope? No, how are you keeping yourself excited and still anticipating the good things that will come our way after the lockdown? And where is your heart? And how will you let your heart lead you towards better things after the lockdown? So just think of these five things: 5H: habits, health, the how, hope, and heart, and you will be able to create a game plan for you to have a successful comeback after the lockdown. The comeback is always stronger than the setback. No, so if you need coaching service, no, you may reach me through my Facebook, or my email is emanparas@gmail.com. EMMAN paras at gmail.com. You may also visit our coaching hub, Decaf Coffee Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capitolio, Pasig. That's a great place. I used to live there. We offer 24/7 coaching service on demand. No, so 0917-586-1661 is the number to call. Visit Life Coach Philippines or www.globalcoachentrepreneur.org to know more about life coaching and life coach certification program. So guys, again, my name is Eman Paras. It's great. Thank you for listening to this very short video, and let's be stronger and better people after the lockdown. God bless everyone.
Hello, welcome back.
Good to see you again, Coach KJ.
Yes, good to see you too.
Yun. So, welcome back
Yeah.
again. This is Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2.
Yes.
Good afternoon again. And we just heard from Coach Emmanuel
Eman.
Paras, no?
Paras.
Coach Eman na mahilig sa music coach, no? Magaling siya
Yes.
mag-gitara.
Yeah,
Yun, so,
I'm looking forward to hear him play, di ba?
oo, kakaiba yung
Mm.
galing niya, Coach. So,
Mm.
his topic
Yeah.
was to be locked in after lockdown.
Lockdown. Yes.
Ganda ng ano niya, yung title, Coach KJ.
Yeah. I was thinking nga, what is it? Yung binabasa ko yung ano niya, yung title niya, Locked In After Lockdown.
Mm-mm.
What does locked in mean, 'di ba? So parang
Mm.
ang nakuha ko, this is what I got from yung title itself lang first. Being locked
Mm.
in after lockdown is parang choosing a target for myself.
Mm.
And yung diniscuss niya na 5 H's, 'di ba? Parang
Mm.
I need to draw like a real plan based on
Mm.
those 5 H's that he discussed, 'di ba? So
Yeah.
yun yung parang locked in. I'm choosing a target. This is what I want to
Oh,
be after the
focus.
lockdown.
Okay.
Yes, parang
Mm.
ganon, 'di
Mm-mm.
ba?
Oo. So, thank you for that. Ano, no? No, nakita mo yun, tama.
Yeah.
To be locked in after
Mm,
lockdown. So, it's more
right.
of, ang galing ng ano nila, Coach KJ, yung so
Mm,
far ha, after Coach Audrey, after
yeah.
COVID talaga, like it's forward thinking yung
Yeah.
ginagawa nila na message right now, which will
Yeah.
really help us as a community to really focus nga naman what's next after the quarantine. So maganda na din
Mm,
tong ano movement nila in showing up and doing this ano no stand. So
yes.
totoo be locked in. So be like more of focus, be anchored,
Yeah. Yeah.
strengthen it. those 5H, strengthen it, be anchored, so that after the lockdown, dun yung ano mo, kumbaga dun yung anchoring mo kung ano pang
Mm-mm.
gagawin mo after. So hindi
Yeah.
ka parang nawawala. Yun. So
Yeah.
hindi
Yeah.
yung feeling na you're wandering and lost, but
Yes.
rather there is that direction so that you will not get lost after the
Mm.
quarantine. So what do you
Yeah.
think with the 5H coach? Go.
Ang galing, sobrang ano, parang, oh nga no, yeah, so these are, kumbaga doon lang nagsisircle yung pwedeng maging master plan, kumbaga. The
Mm,
first one, like for example, the first H, which is habits, diba? What are the habits that
mm,
I want to create, delete, increase, and decrease? And
mm,
then, yun na nga parang, I realized na parang this is the perfect time to create a new habit, to decrease one, to increase one, and to delete one. Kasi yun na nga quarantine, 'di ba? And
mm,
well, scientifically, yung sinasabi nila, to create a new habit, you need, well, on the average, it's 21 days, but it can go up
mm,
to 18 to 254. Pero on the average, it's 21 days, di ba?
mm,
But
mm,
that's not yet a new behavior. In order for us to learn a new behavior, it should be at least mga 66 days eh. 'Di ba? So this is
mm,
a perfect time, 'di ba? To create, to delete, to increase and decrease a new habit. So yun yung
mm.
parang, oo nga no, why did I think of that? Parang ganon. So that's very insightful. 'Di ba?
Oo, oo.
That's very insightful. Tapos, coach, would you like to add anything to that?
With habits kasi
Yeah.
talaga, diyan din yung napo-form talaga yung ano mo, coach, eh.
Yeah.
Yung 'di ba kung may goal ka, yung gusto mong
Yes.
gawin, it
Yeah.
boils down to your habit kasi you reach the goal hindi naman biglaan, 'di ba? You reach the
Yeah.
goal one step at a time, and one step at a
Right.
time is like a moment or a day,
Yes.
having that decision to hit the goal, and that goal really would rely strongly in the kind of habit that you
Yeah.
have. So
Yes.
yun, so kailangan natin yung i-lock in, kumbaga kung ano
Right.
yung mga habits that will really help
Yeah.
you to become that person you want to be or hit that
Yeah.
goal that you want to hit, then lock
Mm.
it in. What kind of
Yeah.
habits that you want to accomplish, or you want to set, or you want to be strengthened, or you want to embrace in the next days to come. Sabi nga ni Coach KJ, 66 days.
Right, 'di ba? Also with yung second point niya, yung sa health, ano,
Mm.
physical, mental health. For example, now is a good time to start, kumbaga, yun na nga, creating a new, sinasabi natin, or exercise, di ba? Although hindi
Mm.
makakapunta sa gym, pero yung mga ganun simple things, pwede naman mag-calisthenics, pwede naman yung mga simpleng bagay that can get the blood pumping in our body. And then
Oo,
also with our
takbo-takbo
mental,
sa garden ko.
yeah. Oo, or kahit in place lang, or kahit mag-burpees lang dyan, di ba? Parang ang dali ng burpee. Pero alam mo yun, di ba? Just
Okay.
start something, di ba? And
Mm,
also,
mm,
syempre, with our mental health, now is a good time to, di ba, focus on what can make us feel better about ourselves. Now is a good
mm.
time, di ba? Parang refocus, recalibrate, di ba?
Totoo,
Yeah.
totoo. With mental health kasi ngayon, we need to ensure its fitness.
Yes,
Sa sobra
sobra.
kasing
More than any time.
yeah, sa sobrang
Mm.
madaming nangyayari din, you have to also acknowledge that, you know, naghahabol din yung brain. At the same
Yes.
time, nasa stretch din siya. So start being
Yeah.
kind to yourself by really
Yeah.
acknowledging that there is stretching, that there is
Yeah.
what we call na-challenge talaga siya in a way. So for it to be
Mm.
mentally fit or to be
Yeah.
mentally well,
Mm.
nasa ano yan, Coach eh, may tinuro niyan si Master Coach eh, na workshop about
Mm.
mental health resiliency, is really to
Mm.
focus on the things that you want I mean, the results that you want to see after, like for example,
Mm.
quarantine. So kung
Yeah.
yun yung gusto mong makita after quarantine, then dun ka
Mm.
mag-focus to keep your
Right, right.
mental health fit.
Right, right. Which is also, kumbaga, a good transition to yung sinasabi nga natin, yung third H niya, which is the how. Diba?
Mm.
How do we prepare for that? That's where we want to go.
Mm.
What are the necessary preparations that we can do in
Mm.
order for us to get to where we want to be? And also
Mm.
yung sinasabi niya, yung gaining momentum, now's a good time to create momentum.
Mm.
Once we get out of this quarantine, 'di ba? All good to go na
Mm.
tayo. That's it, 'di ba?
Totoo.
Yeah.
With that, Coach KJ, no, before we will proceed, we just
Yeah.
wanna acknowledge our fellow coaches online. Maraming
Yes.
salamat po sa mahaba yung kuro-kuro. Mahaba yung nila, Coach. Very passionate din sila kasing passionate mo, Coach. So,
Yeah.
yun. So, so
Passionate tayong
coming.
lahat.
Totoo, totoo. So,
Yes.
we have one here from Coach K. Zabala, no? From
Mm.
Tacloban, lock
Yeah.
in an action plan that will bring me the results that I want in my
My
life.
life. Yeah.
Oh,
That's
nanonood
nice.
sa atin si Coach Eman. Hi, Coach Eman.
Hi,
Thank
Coach
you for your
Evan.
message.
Thank
Yes,
you for sharing
Coach.
your heart in that talk. Thank you so much for your insights and your message. Ano ko,
Yes.
I learned a lot from your talk.
Yes. So, Coach, our next H.
Yes, our next H is hope. This is wonderful,
Mm,
you know. Yung
beautiful.
question
Oo.
niya is, 'di ba? Yung question niya is, where is your hope leading you? 'Di ba? I
Oo.
mean, are we still hopeful na kasi right now, especially right now, medyo bleak yung future. When will this end? Is
Mm,
it really gonna end on the
mm,
14th or
mm,
will it
mm,
be extended? So, 'di ba, medyo bleak yung future but
mm, mm,
what are we looking at? Which direction are we facing, di ba? Parang, are we going dun sa hope na this will all end and it will, everything will change for the better after this? Or are we looking at,
mm,
nako, ano ba naman to? This is, wala nang pag-asa. Kailan ba matatapos to?
mm,
Baka sobrang, alam mo yun, where are we
mm.
focusing on, di ba? Saan tayo dinadala ng hope natin? That's a very
Oo,
good question. That's a
totoo.
very wonderful question.
Oo, with the uncertainty kasi ngayon,
Yeah.
and sometimes the fear, no, na pwedeng ma-develop sa atin,
Yeah.
hope will really bring it to light, the heavy
Yes.
burden that you might have. So parating sinasabi, Coach KJ, no, that we don't hope for something that it's already there. We hope
Yes.
because we are waiting for it to happen. So, yun, to
Mm.
our viewers right now, to our fellow coaches, maraming salamat again, to our community as well, and to our
Mm.
friends who happen to be listening right now. Thank you so much for being here with us. This is again Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. And we are just talking about hope, no, hope that can lead you to yung ano nga yun, Coach KJ, leading to where
Where is our hope leading
leading
us?
yon, where is
Diba?
your
Yeah.
hope leading us?
Mm.
Okay, and
Mm.
the heart, Coach.
Oh, in the same way, that's also the question. Where is our heart leading us, diba? Where is my heart
Mm,
leading me, diba? Is it leading me to wala lang, to stay the same, or parang meron ako naalalang ganyan parang no one really stays the same. Diba? If we stay
totoo.
the same, we're still regressing kasi everything is moving forward. Diba? So if we're stuck in one place and everything is moving forward, we're actually moving backward essentially, diba?
So it's
So
still
parang
moving.
yes, everything is moving forward and we should go
Mm,
forward with it, diba?
mm,
Not just
mm,
everything around us. So, where is my heart leading me? And how will you let your heart lead you? That's also an
mm.
important question, diba?
Oh, how?
That was asked by Coach Eman. Where or
Oo.
how will you let your heart lead you? Diba?
Yun. So sa
So,
mga viewers ngayon, magandang katanungan po yan. You can comment in the
Yeah.
comment box and allow us to also hear your
Yeah.
answers, your
Your
comments about
thoughts? Yeah.
yes, about that very important question. And may
Mm.
isa pang katanungan dun si Coach Eman. So
Mm.
marami talagang tanong si Coach Eman no dun sa message niya. So
Yeah,
maraming
yeah.
salamat Coach Eman. Yun. So
Mm.
yun, yung isa sa katanungan niya, where is your heart right now? So may isang
Right.
ding tanong dyan is your heart right now?
Tama, tama,
'Di ba?
tama.
I mean,
Kasi,
go ahead coach.
sorry, that's ano eh, heart is something like our compass eh. 'Di ba? Parang I can liken it to a compass. Parang it should lead us to where we want to go. 'Di ba? It directs us to the right the place eh, 'di ba? The right path eh, 'di ba? So if our heart is not in the right place, then it goes without saying that we may be on the wrong path as well. 'Di ba?
Mm,
But if we
mm,
put our
mm.
heart in the right place, then it can be our compass. Then it will lead us to so many wonderful things in our life, 'di ba?
Totoo. Kaya maganda
Hmm.
yung tanong ni Coach Emma, no, is your heart right now?
Right.
Parating
Yeah.
sinasabi kasi, may nagsabi coach na, sino kaya yung nagsabi? Pero narinig ko, no?
Mm.
Guard your heart, for it is the
Yes.
wellspring of life. So,
Right.
through your heart, no, so may pag-guard ito. So, kung may pag-guard, kaya nga ang tinatanong din, is your heart right? Because when you're
Yeah.
guarding it, you're assessing where
Yeah.
is the space of your heart right now, because if it is not in right standing to the flow, ang sabi mo nga coach,
Right.
may leading our heart
Mm-mm.
leads us to where we should be. Sometimes
Mm-mm.
tinatawag natin yung purpose, calling,
Right.
kasi only when you go through that kind of flow, then you will live a fulfilled life. Kasi habang
Right.
hindi nararating yun, or kasi moment by moment naman yun coach, no, pag hindi
Mm-mm.
nararating yun, may tinatawag tayong, alam mo yung biglang naramdaman mo yung emptiness, no? Bigla kang, you felt
Yes.
the void, and then
Yes.
when you feel the void, bigla kang mapapagod sa buhay. And I
Oh,
mean,
that's
there's
true.
nothing wrong with that. It's
Yeah.
part of the process again that a
Mm-mm.
person has to go through para mas
Yeah.
ma-discover niya ano ba talaga yung nakakapag-fulfill sa kanya. But there is such a thing as guarding
Yeah.
your heart. Kaya maganda yung
Yeah.
tanong ni Coach Eman and to our viewers
Yes.
right now as well, to really take this time as you listen to the speakers, no, and as you
Yeah.
taking this moment with us, is to also like pause for a moment right now and really ask yourself, is your heart right?
Right. Yeah. Agree. Agree.
Yon.
Um.
So, maraming
Mm-mm.
salamat no for taking your time today. So, we will be moving on to our next speaker in just a couple of minutes. We will just be
Yeah.
having a break. Now, again, this is Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, 40 change agents, 40 transformational messages, and 40 hours of non-stop learning. So, this is the last stop, Coach KJ. This is the last
Yes.
segment. So we've been running
Mm.
this for 2 days now.
Right.
Tuloy-tuloy, dire-diretso. So napaka yung mga tao behind this, the coaches, and
Yes.
Ishi, and the
Yeah.
other coaches, nung nakikita nyo na nagpo-front line, and then yung mga
Mm.
co-hosts. So lahat yan are all collaboration of different coaches who has the heart to forward this kind of service, no, to our
Mm.
tribe and to the community. So again, thank you, Master Coach A, for giving us this
Yes.
platform,
Thank you so
Master
much.
Coach, to send a message so strong in this time of COVID-19, so strong, Coach
Mm.
KJ, that
Yeah.
people can really stop and be grow optimistic by really assessing their current situation through the messages that is being shared by our tribe. So we are
Yeah.
streaming to YouTube channel Coach A and Coach A I Connect. So please visit. You can still review our previous talks. All
Right.
right, so we will just be taking a break with Coach KJ, and we will be back shortly for the next speaker. Maraming salamat. Stay tuned.
All right. Welcome back to the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2 again, brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas in the USA under the leadership of the founder and CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. And we have a local coaching hub here at Teacup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner Master Coach A. And my name is Coach KJ. I am with Coach Rizal. She'll be here in a while. There, Coach! Hi, welcome back.
Yon, coach.
Right?
Ang tawag doon ay connection blues.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
but thank
Coach.
you, ah. Thank you for
Yeah.
gracefully carrying it through. I appreciate you. Yes, coach. Oh,
Yes. So I already told them about our Global Virtual Coaching Summit. And
okay.
shall I proceed with introducing our third speaker for today? Yes. All right.
Go, coach.
All right. So I'm Coach KJ. I am the co-host of Coach Rizal over here. And we have four interesting speakers for today. We are on our third speaker and our 10th segment. And our third speaker shared these interesting facts about her. She is a strong advocate of diversity and inclusion, and she also
Mm,
communicates with the deaf. She knows sign language, and she also walks with the people on wheelchairs, right? That's very symbolic, and sees with the blind people, right? And Coach
galing.
Rizal,
Mm.
yes.
Yes, so our next speaker is also a theater actor who plunges at any role to keep
Yeah,
enhancing her craft,
right.
discovering herself, and improving her confidence. So, totoo naman, coach, when you will,
Yeah.
I mean, kaibigan mo pala siya. So,
Yeah.
kung makatotoo naman, di ba? So, she's
Yeah.
like really dynamic, no, when it comes to
Yes.
expression. And kaya pala
Yes.
now I understand yung how she like express herself kasi nasa
Mm,
theater din pala si coach. Okay, coach,
yes.
go.
Right. She's very animated.
Oh, yeah, that's the term.
Yes, diba? She's very animated. Our third speaker is from batch 32. The title of her talk is Identity. Oh, sorry. No. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, tama. Hang on. Sorry. I'm losing the copy, coach. Hang on.
The title is the sequel unrevealing
Unraveling the new
the
you after COVID,
yes.
right? You have
Yes.
the coach. Continue, please.
Yes, so please help me and Coach KJ welcome
Yes.
fellow coaches and friends. Our third speaker for segment number 10, Coach Shari Pakat.
Pakat.
Yay!
Thank you for saying yes and taking time to be part of this Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneur that is based in Dallas, Texas, USA. This talk is a response to the original material of Master Coach A on COVID 19 ROI or Return of Insight. You may watch the replay of the said Kapihan Night episode at Coach A YouTube channel. Hello, everyone. I am Change Agent Shari Pakat. I'm an HR professional who focuses on supporting managers or team leaders to help uplift and manage their employees' performance. On the side, I'm a strong advocate of diversity and inclusion, where I help empower and support people from the LGBTQIA sector and persons with disability sectors. During my free time, I'm a theater actor. This is where I get to express myself through acting and singing, reasons why I have gained confidence to explore the new me. Today, I'm speaking to you as a theater actor, and my topic is the sequel, Unraveling the New You After COVID. There is still tomorrow. The The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow clears away the cobwebs and the sorrow till there's none. When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick on my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun will come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow. Come on, May. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're always a day away. Indeed, there is still tomorrow. So don't fret. Tomorrow's gonna be a better day. Tomorrow's gonna be another day. In the COVID 19 Return of Insight, Master Coach A gave a beautiful translation of COVID 19. Coming from a space of gratitude, what are you concerned about? What can you optimize? How do you visualize tomorrow? What can you impart? How can you delegate to allow others to grow? We all have one result, one goal, one outcome. How do we really want to come out of this? That is our goal. Now we can take 9 action steps, 3 things that we want to share, promote, strengthen in terms of our values, 3 mindsets that we want to have, and 3 things that we can influence transformation in others. I want to focus on the visualize part. It's how do you see yourself tomorrow? How do you visualize yourself? Or how do you visualize tomorrow? After all these, who are you? How are you? What do you imagine yourself to be like? I was once afraid to get out of my comfort zone. I was always feeling unworthy. I've had so much insecurities. I was once a pleaser. I've had false humility, self doubts, hence the self pity, and never had self respect. All I wanted before was to let others determine who I was, let others decide for me, let others see me the way they want to see me. And I believed in every image they have planted in my head. I was broken. I was lost. Notice the was. That was me in the past. That was who I used to be. Until it dawned on me that this is not what I want. This is not me. Thank God, Life Coach Philippines came to the rescue. Connecting with life coaches and becoming one has made me realize that I can be who I really am, who I want to be, who I am meant to be. Through life coaching, I'm able to identify how I want the new me to be like. I'm able to pinpoint my fears, the monsters in my head that hinders or blocks that person I am meant to be. And now I am proud to say that I can, I will, because I am. Ralph Richardson said, the most precious things in speech are pauses. The situation that we are in now is a pause. And do we see the beauty in it? Or do we Feel that fear, that stress, that anxiety. Imagine yourself as the actor, the world, your stage. The show is ongoing. Then suddenly, there was a pause. Somebody must have forgotten their lines. Or it could be you. What do you do? Do you enjoy the silence and just stay there for a bit? Or do you do something about it? In our current state, the pause that we are experiencing, we get so many different reactions, positive and negative reactions at that. I'm pretty sure most of you have seen the Who of the Hour that the Life Coach Philippines initiated. It speaks about what your current situation is, the challenge you're experiencing, how you react to your current situation, which eventually results to your outcome. If you think about it, your outcome is indeed a result of how you react to the situation. It's like Stephen Covey's see, do, get. How you see things will lead to what you do about it. What you do about it will have an impact to what you will get out of it. For example, this current situation. At the onset, I thought this could be the end of the world. I saw it like there isn't any chance of surviving this. So what did I do? At first, I panicked. I was so paranoid. I was feeling sick, both in the head and the body. The simple clearing of my throat, that itchiness on my throat, made me really scared. And what did I get out of it? Fear, stress, anxiety. So I had to do stars, to stand back and see the bigger picture, what the situation is really about. Think about what I can do in my own little ways. Could be shifting my reaction, changing my mindset, changing my behavior. Ask myself first, what could be the impact if I react this way? What will I get if I change the way I see things? How would that affect my behavior? And of course, ask help from others virtually. If I need to talk to someone so they can process what I was feeling, I'll go on ahead. And after that, I can now respond to the current situation. Finally, I have to do some self check. What is the impact of my response to myself and to others? I tried this really when I was feeling so low during this time. I spoke to my coach, and he said to me, this should not stop me from becoming who I want to be, from becoming who I am meant to be. He said to me, if I could post one thing on Facebook or on social media for that matter, something that would help me inspire others, what would I post about? Took a while before I posted because I am not a social media person. And then I thought about if I do post something, I'd be able to relieve from that stress or relieve myself from that stress, from that fear, from that anxiety. And at the same time, I'd be able to tell the world that it's okay, it's going to be okay, that this too shall pass. And so I did. Now I go back to my see do get. This time with a shift in my perspective, with a shift in my mindset. I now see the situation as it is, a global pandemic. But I don't end there. I now see it as an opportunity to prepare myself to be more so I can do more. With that, what do I do now? I'd like to share with you one goal, one result, one outcome that I can think of. After all these, a new you, a brand new you, like what I did. I had to get out of my comfort zone to let the world see me because this is me. This is what I want to be. This is who I am meant to be. How can we get to that result? How can we get to that goal? How can we get that outcome? There are 9 action steps. So think about these. What are your values? Why these values? Or what's driving these? How are you applying or manifesting these values? And how are you strengthening or promoting these values? Next, focus on these 3. What are you an advocate of? How do you engage with people? What is your impact? Next, or lastly, decide on these 3. What is it that you want to stop doing? What is it that you want to keep doing? What is it that you want to start doing? I answered this with one word. Now let's have a play with the word. The word is transform. Having that value of gratitude, always being thankful. Thankful about what? Thankful about who you are. Thankful about what you're good at. Thankful about the simplest of things. Every waking hour, you still breathing, you being healthy. That value of gratitude. Letter R is for respect. Respect who? Well, I've realized that I needed to respect myself first before I get that respect from other people, before I can be all out respecting other people. A is for acknowledgement, appreciation, acceptance. What do I acknowledge? What do I appreciate? What do I accept? Myself first. Acknowledging that I am good at this, that I can be better, appreciating what I can do, accepting who and what I am. Next is nourish, coming from a growth mindset that I can develop, I can improve, I can be better. Knowing my skills, knowing my capabilities, but not ending there. Enhancing, empowering myself so I can also empower others. The service mindset, because I have always been for other people, but serving myself first is the most important thing. So I would learn how to serve others wholeheartedly. And when I nourish, when I have the heart for service, I know I will flourish. I will grow. I will develop. I will thrive. And then I can offer. I can offer what? I can offer help. I can offer my services. I can offer myself, my being, so I can help transform lives, transform people. And of course, I need to recognize, rebuild, renew. What do I need to recognize? What do I need to rebuild? What do I need to renew? I need to recognize and rebuild, renew relationships. My relationship with myself, first and foremost. My relationship with my family, my friends, my loved ones, and my relationship with the Lord, my spiritual faith, my spirituality, I should say. Strengthening that, renewing that, rebuilding that, recognizing that. And lastly, maintaining all these things. Because it wouldn't help if I don't commit to being thankful, to being respectful, being, knowing how to acknowledge, appreciate, and accept, knowing how to nourish myself in the service of people. How can I flourish? How can I offer and recognize and rebuild and renew if I don't maintain that? If I don't commit to it? Now, I'm nearing the end of my talk. I just want to give a quick summary of my points. In order for us to unravel the new us, let's start with a shift in the mindset. Remember, the way you see things will have an impact to what you do about it. And what you do about these things would result to what you would get out of it. Learn how to do stars. Stand back. Take a look at the bigger picture. Think, what would be the impact of your reaction or your behavior or your mindset? Ask yourself, are you up for this challenge? Is it going to be a decision that would have a good impact to yourself and to others? Then you can start to react. Then you can start to respond. And lastly, have some self check. Is this for your good and for the good of others? That decision or that reaction that you're going to make. And lastly, to totally unravel the new you, transform. Be thankful. Respect yourself. Acknowledge, appreciate, accept you for who you are. Nourish your skills. Serve. Flourish. Offer what you can. Recognize, rebuild, renew. Maintain. Commit. Because at the end of the day, the sequel will be the new you after this COVID 19. And lastly, I would like to share with you this song from Michael Jackson because it will always start with you, not with anyone else. If you want to see change, you have to start with yourself. Change the way you see things, change the way you look at things. Have a shift in that mindset. So we start with that man in the mirror. Gonna make a change. winter cold. This wind is blowing my mind. I see the kids in the streets without enough to eat. Who am I to be blind, pretending not to see their needs? Summer's disregard, a broken bottle top, and a worn man's soul. They follow each other on the wind, you know, 'cause they got nowhere to go. That's why I want you to know I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. And no message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself, then make the change. Na 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 na. I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love. It's time that I realize there's some with no home, not a nickel to loan. Could it be really me pretending that they're not alone? A willow deeply scarred, somebody's broken heart, and a washed out dream. They follow a pattern on the wind, you see, 'cause they got nowhere to be. That's why I'm starting with me. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. No message could have been any clearer. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make the change. So if you need coaching services, you may reach me through my FB page or my FB, that's Shari Ann Pakat, or through my mobile number 0917-329-1210. Or you may visit our coaching hub, D Cup Coffee Republic, located at Pioneer Center Compound, Capitolio, Pasig City. We offer 24/7 coaching service on demand. Please contact 0917-586-1661. Visit Life Coach Philippines as well, or www.globalcoachentrepreneur.org to know more about life coaching and life coach certification program. Thank you guys for listening and have a great day. Bye.
Hello, welcome back.
Yan. Yes. So again, hi, Coach KJ.
Hello,
so
Coach Roselle.
Yes, so welcome back to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. So we just heard that message coming from Coach Shari Pakat. Maraming salamat, Coach. Ngayon ko lang nakita talaga yung talent ni Coach Shari.
Yes! Ganda-ganda ng boses!
Goosebumps, Coach. Yung ano niya,
Yeah.
yung man in the mirror.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
So again, to our fellow coaches who are currently online, maraming salamat for being with us. This is like the last segment, no, for mga 10 segments. So this is the 10th. So thank you for being with us right now. So maraming comments ngayon, Coach, no? So
Yeah.
babasahin natin, tignan natin. So
Sure.
from Coach Ellen, for some reason, naiiyak ako, tears of joy, because I know change happened to all of us because of Life Coach Philippines. Master Coach Adet Porto, thank you with a big, big heart. Oh nga, thank you, Master Coach, for giving us an avenue, this kind of avenue to be who we are. So, Coach, Master Coach A is with us. Thank you for saying
Yes. Hi, Coach A.
Ellen. Yon. Hi, Master Coach. Good afternoon po. From Coach K, powerful message. Coach Sherry, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have one from Coach Glenda. This is beautiful, Coach Sherry. Hashtag transform.
Mm.
All right, so go ahead, Coach KJ, take it away.
Right. There's so many things, ano? There's so many things that I learned from her talk, ano? But
Mm,
I think the bottom line is everything that I want to affect uh, to anyone's life, diba? It should start with me. Yun talaga yung
mm,
bottom line. It should start with me. So, parang if I am empowered, then I can empower others. If I am inspired, then I can also inspire others. If I am
mm,
transformed, then in a way, pwede rin, kaya ko rin mag-transform ng iba. Parang ganun siya eh, di ba? And it's a
mm,
wonderful
mm.
thing.
Totoo. So,
Yeah.
while listening to Coach Shari, all I can think
Yeah.
of is self-awareness. So it is more of a journey,
Yes.
self-awareness, self-encounter, Coach. Kasi when you
Yes.
encounter yourself, like this happened when you are no longer satisfied with what you are seeing, how you are
Mm.
responding, and the
Right,
kind of
right.
life that you are living. So at some point, yung ginawa na message ni Coach Shari is really a stepping, no? Pag tinitingnan ko siya, well, in my own
Yeah.
opinion, it's more of stepping in that moment where you
Mm.
are ready to journey towards self encounter.
Yes, right, right. And also, no, parang she ended it with a very beautiful song, diba? Yung Man in the Mirror, na again speaks a lot about this journey that we're having, ano, and then parang having the right kind of mindset na siya, di ba? Yung see do get na that she discussed a while ago, di ba? Na parang we should always check in us, 'di ba? Yung whatever we want to share with anyone, with the world, we should first and foremost look at ourselves and kumbaga make sure that we have the right heart for it, 'di ba? Parang make sure that we have the right mind for it, 'di ba? In order for us to 'di ba, na mata-transform din talaga tayo, right?
Yeah, kasi we cannot
Mm.
give what we do not
Yes.
have. So that's the famous
Right.
lines of life
That's
coaching.
true.
So isa ding
Mm-mm.
tinitignan natin yung sinabi ni Coach Sherry about standing back so you can be able to
Yeah.
really assess where
See
do
the
you
big
want to
picture.
go. Yeah, see the
Yeah.
big picture and for you to get ready or to assess if you are ready to be transformed.
Right, right, exactly. And tsaka isa pa dun sa what she said, I'd like to go back yung be more so that you can do more, 'di ba?
Mm-mm,
Parang in getting out of our comfort zone, 'di ba? Again and
mm-mm,
again I'm seeing a common kumbaga a common element in all of these talks, ano. Parang
mm-mm.
being able to share that, being able to, kumbaga, send a message to anyone and to everyone who is ready for this message, di ba? Kasi, yun na nga eh,
Yes.
we all take our journey differently eh, di ba? And so,
Mm-mm.
kumbaga, right now, if we're ready for the message, then, kumbaga, of course, we're inviting everyone then to listen, to really be to gain more insight, 'di ba? To learn from these talks, 'di ba? Yun yung sinasabi natin na focus muna on what we can do as life coaches, 'di ba? And
Mm.
this especially in what we're going through right now, there's so many people who may need to hear that, who may need to hear
Mm-mm.
our whatever it is that we want to say, 'di ba?
Mm-mm, mm-mm. Yes, and because life coaching is a journey and a
Yeah.
process, that's why we are
Yeah.
always like I mean, we take a stand that everything is a process and
Yes.
that if you are having some troubles and challenges right now, it's okay because you can
Yeah.
always start to
Yes.
journey towards transformation, 'di
Yes.
ba?
Yes. Totoo. And then, tsaka di ba, parang, yun na nga yun eh, iba-iba tayo ng journey eh. Each of us
Mm-mm.
has our own eh, di ba? So,
Mm-mm.
parang, again, no, hindi naman sa no pressure naman eh. Kasi yun na nga
Mm-mm.
eh, whatever it is that we need or we're ready for, we take it. Diba? So, yun lang.
Totoo.
Yeah. Yes,
So si
coach.
if titingnan ko si Coach Shari, no, aside from her gifts in her music and the way
Yeah.
she sings, yung heart din niya, Coach, yung
Yes.
heart niya towards serving other people, nakaka-overwhelm, like every time we can hear her speak about the deaf, the PWD community.
Yes.
I mean, I can remember the very first time, ano, she's in DCAP, no? So,
Mm.
yung very powerful memory ko talaga sa kanya is I mean, she wants to do life coaching for the PWD community. And just that heart, coach. At siya din yung nagdala minsan dito sa DCAP, yung deaf, no, na nag-join sa isa sa mga
Mm.
classes ni Master Coach A. And you really took that time to communicate to them. So, alam mo
Yeah.
yun, yung an avenue, like she is a representation of what she talked or shared to us right now.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, you need to take care of yourself. You need to be self-aware. Kung ano ba yung mga bagay na importante sa'yo, because only at that time, you can be able to really serve fully.
Right, right. And also, no, parang living a life of service, ano, what I got from her also is living a life of service. If we're not living a life of service, then, di ba, parang our life is, what are we living for? If we're not living a life of
Yun.
service, di ba? The bottom
Ganda.
line, if we live our lives in the service of others, we will have a very fulfilled life, di ba?
Yon. Thank you, Coach KG,
Mhm.
and to our
Yes,
fellow
thank you.
coaches in the tribe
Yes,
and to the people that are listening in this Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2.
right.
Ang ganda ng tanong ni Coach KJ sa atin. Coach KJ, paulit nga ng tanong mo.
Right. You will coach.
Oo, yung
If we're
serving.
not if we're not living our lives in the service of others, then what are we living for, diba? What's the
What are
purpose
we
of
living
our
for?
what's the purpose of our life if not living it in the service of others?
Yes. So maraming
There.
salamat, Coach KJ. And we are looking
Yes.
forward for your comments and thoughts
Yes.
about that question in our comment box. Maraming salamat for being with us in the last segment. This is
Yes.
our journey and this is our offer towards what's happening right now to the world, to allow them to once again remember how beautiful it is, how beautiful our times right now is, to reflect on what is really valuable in life. So we have So
Right.
please stay tuned. We will just be having a break for 5 minutes. Maraming salamat. We love you all.
See you.
Great afternoon. So, welcome back to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. Hello, Coach KJ.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, Coach
Oh,
Rizal.
yes, I'm so excited
Yes,
for the next speaker, Coach. 'Di ba?
yes. Very
This is
much,
it.
very much. Yes.
Totoo. So, umayos tayo.
I
Yun.
refilled
So,
my coffee for this one para hindi na ako tatayo, di ba?
oh, ito na yon, di ba? We
Yes.
have been long waiting for. So,
Mm,
fellow coaches in the tribe and to our friends that are with us right now, fasten your seatbelt for what is about to come. So, again, we welcome you to Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Life Coach Philippines and the Tribe of Life Coaches, certified by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs. Our institute is based in Dallas, Texas, USA, under the leadership of the founder CEO, Master Coach Lakendra Smalley. We have a local coaching hub here at the Cup Coffee Republic, operated by the global partner Master Coach A. My name is Coach Rizal Sanchez. I am your host for this segment.
right.
Yes, Coach
And
KJ.
yes, and I'm Coach KJ co-hosting with Coach Rizal, and of course for our last and final speaker, right?
Hmm.
Master Coach A is the leader of our tribe,
Yan.
and yes, diba? And here are some interesting and fun facts about her. She is a reader and can finish a thick book of over 200 pages in one sitting. Okay, but she also said
Amazing.
that she had so much difficulty starting to read and understand the Bible, right? And
Mm-mm.
at age 35 on her birthday, she went on her first and last solo vacation to Boracay, bringing all different
Yes.
versions of the Bible just to learn to read it. And when she came home not learning still how to read, but that was the start of her pursuit to knowing the God she serves on an intimate level.
Oh,
Right?
di ba, Coach? How beautiful the
Sobra.
story, di ba?
Yeah, yeah,
At
yeah.
nang dahil sa heart niya to know the Bible, yun kasi yung una talaga,
Mm,
naging way to where she is right now in
right.
serving God in an intimate level. Yun yung
Right, right.
term ni Master Coach A. And so, to proceed, her talk today entitled The Curtain Call. The return to frontage is the follow through from the original material she herself have created. COVID-19
Mm,
ROI, Return of Insights. In this talk, Master Coach A will unfold what happened next after she have shared with us the said material. So, Coach, my
right.
story. Oo. So, after
Mm,
she shared that material to the tribe, which right
mm,
now is the basis of the 40 talks from
right.
40 change
Right.
agents, may
Yeah.
nangyari after that moment. So, fellow coaches, are you ready? Feeling
Yan.
ko,
Our,
coach, may nagda-drum call, di ba?
yeah, yeah.
Yun. So, again, thank you, fellow coaches. Please share this video. This will be a blessing to your space as well. We will never know what gift we will receive for this
Right,
afternoon. So,
right.
please do share and do your comments and express your thoughts as we go online. So, again, fellow coaches and friends, Master Coach A is a certified life coach and the global partner of the Global Life Coach Training and Entrepreneur Institute. So please play the video.
Thank you for saying yes and taking time to be part of the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneurs that is based in Dallas, Texas, USA.
This talk is a follow through to my original material, COVID-19 ROI or Return of Insight. You may want to catch the replay of the said Kapihan Night episode from my YouTube channel, Coach A. For today, I'd like to welcome you to the curtain call, Return to the Front Stage. If this is the first time you're meeting me, if this is your first learning experience with me, I am Master Coach A. I am a professional certified life coach and I help individuals make a difference, monetize their talents, and live their desired lifestyle through the platform of life coaching. Under my personal brand, Coach A Professional Services, I offer one on one coaching, group coaching, workshops, training, and a lot more. I am the global partner for international expansion and the program facilitator for offshore certification classes of the Life Coach Training Institute, and now doing business as Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneur. We offer intensive face-to-face life coach certification program here in the Philippines with international certificate and global accreditation. I am the founder of P165 Worldwide Food and Beverage Unlimited Corporation, and also presently the chairman of the board and CEO of Pickup Coffee Republic, the 24 by 7 coaching hub that offers coaching services on demand. You may visit our place at Pioneer Center compound along Pioneer Road, corner Brixton and United Streets, Capitolio, from the city of Pasig. A lot of people knows me as the master coach. My tribe knows me as a trainer. My tribe looks up to me as their teacher, as their coach as well. And a lot of people knows me way back as business consultant, a marketing guru, a trainer as well, and a lot more. But not a lot of people knows me as into art. Not a lot of people knows that I am very artistic. Yes, I am. Um, I'm into creative writing. I do poetry. I do essay writing, short stories, novel, and way back over 30 years, I got the award from Palanca as the youngest Palanca Award winner for writing an essay as a response to Kapit sa Patalim. I'm not sure if you remember that. It came from the same um, genre and at the same age and at the same um, generation. You would remember that movie by Philip Salvador. So I'm one of those people who responded. That was a nationwide writing competition, and I got my first Palanca Award. I also do oratorical debate and a lot of speaking engagements way back in my high school and younger days. I participate in competitions, interscholastic, and I had my fair share of winning a lot of championship representing my school. And I am a theater actor. Okay, so this is actually my first love. I had my fair share of being an actor. I had my fair share of directing. I have my fair share of taking this stage. I had my share and training from PETA Philippines, and I've done a couple of shows. I've directed a couple of shows way back. And in my heart, I've always wanted to be in theater. So, am I there? Obviously not, because you know me as your master coach A. I am now a professional certified life coach and far from my first love. Why do I share this with you? Is because, like you, as a young girl, as a young child, as a young woman, I got a lot of dreams. I dream of following someone's footsteps. I dream of learning how to ride a bike, okay? Learning a lot of things, a lot of hobbies, a lot of stuff. I wanted to graduate from college, have my master's degree, have my doctorate degree, and do a lot of things. Obviously, have my own car, travel abroad, and get married. I have a lot of those things. and more. Sigmund Freud said, what is common in all of these dreams is obvious. They completely satisfy wishes excited during the day, which remain unrealized. They are simply an undisguisedly realizations of wishes. So from this, I kind of think what make dreams just wishes and what make wishes come true. Have I come far in life? Well, I think so. I am not a theater actor right now. I don't have my own shows. I don't have my own directorial stint. I don't write scripts right now. I miss writing. But I believe I show up every day to a stage of life. I show up every day to perform different roles. I'm a child, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a boss, I'm a mentor, I'm a coach, I'm a trainer, and a lot more of things I perform, except that my stage now is real life. Well, like in my stage where I used to perform, there's no repeat. Every day is a brand new day. Every day is take one. When they said roll, action, that's it. The only difference is right now we've got fatal results if we don't do our share. In Chatter, you get to be scolded by your director. You don't get your next performance in, and a lot of things, but no, it's not really fit, not really a big deal. You shrug it off and you continue with your life. But like in Chatter, where we got our rehearsals, I believe every day we also have our own rehearsals as we show up on stage every day. I still have my own rehearsals for something bigger, for something that I know would come, something that is so grand, which I don't know. I don't really know what is it until the coronavirus came in and hit us globally. I would always say that my generation, this generation, have never faced a global war, a species wide fight for survival. This is my stage right now. This is the team. This is what it called. Every day, I would rely on insights. Before coronavirus hit, every day of my life, I am one person who would always look for insights. I would always go and get for relevant insights in everything that I do. When anything happens, whether bad or good, exciting, not so exciting, I would always go for getting that insights. Why? Because that would make me take the lead and make things happen. And so COVID-19 is no different. When it hit the mainstream, when announcements of the quarantine was given, when I got a notice of it, I heard about it, I've known about it from my husband, my first response is obviously what would be the insight? What would be my ROI? What would be my return of insight for this global thing? I'm not into news. Um, I'm an advocate of mental health. And for the longest time, I'm not into news. I'm not also into news feed. So I barely get to see the whole spectrum of COVID 19. However, I got a spouse who up to date, and I've got a lot of people who talk to me about COVID 19. And I know that it's a global thing. I know that it's hitting one country after another country. Of course, I know what happened to China, and a lot of people are bashing the Chinese people coming into the Philippines. So at that onset, kind of look at the situation even before the quarantine hits and say, what would I get from this? Because that's the only thing that would allow me to take the lead when this thing is hitting the global scenario and the global scene. And so I did the talk in one of my Copyhand episodes, and that's a special episode that you can watch from my YouTube channel, Coach A. In that talk, I gave insight that I'm getting at that moment in time from COVID 19. And also, I use the acronym COVID 19 to share with my viewers, to share with my audience my insight. And I started with, by the time there was so much concern from everyone, and I kind of pull off and really look at the scenario and say, where is the concern coming from? There's a lot of ranting at the moment in that those time. By then, there's a lot of people rejecting the government strategy and all. But when I pull off and realize and say, well, what's really the cause of the concern? I kind of come into realization that the concern is valid if you're coming from the space of gratitude. Your concern is valid, I said, if you're grateful. Your concern for things is valid, productive, constructive, nurturing if your concern is coming from a space of gratitude. You're thankful for the government and so for your concern if they can take care of you, if they can take care of the people you love, if they can really respond to all of these things. You're concerned about your role and therefore you ask a lot of other things and does a lot of things. Okay. He spoke about optimize and he said whatever it is that you have right now, you need to optimize it. And I share that I believe at this moment in time, we are given a very unique opportunity to alchemize the fears, the stress, all our all the thing that bothers us. I believe we can optimize it and change the trajectory of our challenges towards the results that we want to achieve during this lesson. I spoke of the power of visualization. Can you visualize the result that you want? We're teaching in life coach during life coaching certification that vision is very powerful. And I kind of think that it's going to be very, very, very important for us to be able to visualize how do we want to see the end of all of these things. And in part, we are hopeful that everyone will survive. Everyone in planet Earth will make it. But, well, but what if tomorrow never comes? What if this is our last chance? And so my realizations and my insight during this time is what can I impart? What can we impart to people? Not only the people we love, but to the generations who will be left behind, to the generations who will be a beneficiary of everything that we will be doing in this moment in time. And finally, I said we need to delegate. We need to delegate to duplicate ourselves. We need to delegate to achieve more. We need to delegate because we have to accept for once in our lives we can do more if we are a tribe. We are a tribe or we are a team. And so I encapsulate all of those things into one output with 9 action steps related to core values, mindsets, and actionable items that you would do. I always say I preach what I do. Well, this is taken from Maxwell. Okay, this is shared by me, by my friend, my good friend R.D. Abelio. He said that meeting John Maxwell said, I don't do what I preach, but I preach what I do. And it kind of struck me. And so in this case, I preach this without doing it. And so in my mind, what would be my response now? I preach it, but I haven't done it. Go back again, and here's the result. Today is our 23rd day of being in ECQ or Enhanced Community Quarantine. My response, my team's response is to connect. We are a tribe of 268 change agents. We've done 39 certification classes, give birth to 268 change agents. And my first response is connect with them. This is the people, these are the people who trusted me, who trusted the institute, who trusted the organization that I represent. And they are, apart from my family, my first concern. We connected with them, get their stories, heard from them, check out what happened with them under the who of the hour. Who of the hour, who stands for what is their present situation, how are they responding, and what is the outcome they are getting at the present moment. We've touched base with 109 change agents as of the moment, as of speaking, and we have not stopped. We are continuously reaching out, we are continuously getting in touch. And so, if you are one of those change agents, we are connecting with you, we are reaching out to you, not for anything else, but because we want to get connected with you. We've done highlights and insights, 6 nights. Thank you to Coach Ian, to Coach Sean for doing this, and of course to Coach Wiesel. We've done 6 sessions of this, and we've done highlights and insights for 36 change agents. We've done also virtual coaching meetup and a back-to-back virtual coach cafe. Have we achieved more? Have we achieved much? I don't think so. I continue to think if this is my stage and coronavirus, the movie, the app is still rolling, what else can I do? And so we move on, connecting with industries. Right now, we've got 16 industries in connections, being connected, work out with our fellow change agents. And by far, we have already touched base with 84 individuals from different industries from different parts of the world. We've got Filipinos, we've got foreigners, we've got Christians, we've got Muslims, we've got a lot of people from different denominations and different cultures and religious belief. We continue to make connections. We haven't stopped. Every day, my Coach A coaching community flood with these interviews, with stories upon stories. You can check that from my original Coach A YouTube channel, we have given birth to Coach AI Connect, when you can watch all the connections we've done, real people, real voices. Take one. No repeat. I encourage you to check this site, check this YouTube channel for real stories, real people, real heart. I learn from each and every person we get connected. And each day, as we progress in what we do, I realize I'm watching real shows. There's a curtain. And I wonder, well, who are the people really behind the curtain? Because these are real shows I'm watching. These are real lives I'm witnessing. And the chapter actor in me, again kicking in and like, who are the people behind the scene? Who are the people making the show move? And how is coronavirus now on stage? When every one of us looking at it with all its mystery, with all the changes it's bringing to us, with everything that you could probably heard of, which I don't want to talk to you about because I know you could probably know more. But what I know, this one on the center stage, the main act is sweeping all of us, keeping us in tune, keeping us in focus, keeping us in the wait and see mode. We plan, we do a lot of things. We can have our journal, yeah, sure, but we're still waiting how this virus would respond to us. I'd like to share with you how I look at the people behind the curtain on this show of coronavirus. I'm going to share with you from both guide to checker jobs, 10 jobs that maybe you can associate, that maybe you can reflect on if this is your calling. If this is a stage you and I play, if this is the stage you and I have been auditioned for the longest time, auditioned through our challenges, through the things that we have experienced in the past. Of course, we didn't know that we were auditioning for this. And yet, this is now the curtain. We're on the stage. So, what job do we perform? What job do we do? What role do we take? And let me share with you 10 jobs, 10 roles, 10 responsibilities. And I invite you, check it out if that is your role. COVID 19 on the roll. Take it away. Front house. The front house, it's often the menial work. The people in the front house do selling of tickets, refreshments, or showing people to their seats, for instance. Basically, they are the starter of the whole show. And they are the first face. They are the people you get to see when you enter the theater. They're also the people who take care of your needs even before the shows begins. Is this your calling? Do you see and do you feel that your job is so menial at this point in time? Do you feel and do you see that you are just starting things off? You are just a starter, and when the show rolls, you're not part of it. Or maybe just maybe. That's not the role given to you, but you choose to take this role. That instead of taking the very role given to you during this time, you choose to take the menial work. You choose to take actions that doesn't really give substance or that would not really matter to the whole show. Maybe this is you and you have forgotten you are called for a greater role. Think about it. The musical director. Have you ever heard of this thing that we say, we dance to the tune of the music, right? So the musical director in every theatrical show generally works under the lead director and the producer and acts as a conduit between the upper management and everyone else. It's just like the musical director got it. And with the tune, with the music, we dance. We dance. We act. We move. So are you called to set the music on? Are you called to set the tempo of the stage right now? Are you called to work under the director and the producer of the show? Are you called to be a conduit? Are you trained to be a conduit? Now, I'm kind of thinking because a musical director normally and should be, I believe, starts as a musical, a player of a musical instrument in the show. Normally, they are the pianists, the people who play the violin, and all the other instruments. And they get promoted along the line and they become a musical director. And when I look at our situations right now, this conduit to me are the people who brings in news, bring in information. Now, A musical director got his training from the previous jobs he did. Unlike the people who do the menial tasks, they just can carry on and take the job on. But the musical director starts with a smaller role where they get practice. Now, can you connect with me and having these people right now on stage on the show and like doing their newscasting job, broadcasting job, sharing information, and they're not trained for this. People who just watch the news and take on the authority to circulate information. People who take on the informations and take on the analyst and scientist role or the role of a medical professionals giving advice and left and right. I don't know about you, but if you are called to be a musical director, you are a conduit. And we dance through the tune of the music you provide for us. So when you bring in terror, when you bring in terrifying news, people naturally react to it in a terrifying way, in a panic mode. If you are called to be a musical director, you just remember that when you set the music, our mood is tuned into that. Even before a word is stated, we dance to your music. So if you are called to be a musical director, are you trained to do this? Or maybe you want to take the role of a musical director and you never had a training. Maybe, just maybe, you are called to do something else at this season. It's curtain call. It's there already. It's about. It's there. So what do you do? Or are you the producer of the show? You know, one of the most nebulous terms in both musical theater and film, a producer can be expected to wear many hats during the course of the show's run. But primarily, the role of the producer is to raise funds. Yep, raise funds, manage the said funds, and sometimes they hire also personnel. That's the role of the producer. Are you called to be the producer of the show today? Are you called to produce the funds we need to continue? The funds we need, the resources we need. So people in quarantine will survive their lives, their living. Are you called to be the producer and manage the funds entrusted to you so everyone gets to eat? Are you a producer and you are called to hire personnel to do traffic in the supermarket so nobody get to hoard things, to do panic buying, and left nothing for those who have barely enough to buy their food? Interesting. Theatrical makeup artists. I would like you to take a moment with this because being a makeup artist for musical theater is slightly different discipline to makeup artistry for models, photo shoots, and other types of beautician works, since this kind calls for a quite dramatic result under the harshness of lighting conditions. When you are on the stage, when you are on that platform, you are exposed to really the harshness of lighting. And one of the things that I don't like performing on stage is that I don't see my audience. I don't get to see the audience because of the strong light. So it's like there, I'm performing and I don't get to see people. It's all black. It's all black. You don't get to see that. Performing artists don't see people as their audience until it's lights on. Are you called to be the makeup artist? And when I say makeup artist here, I am not only talking of the physical thing. See, you are called, you are called to do such a job, to get a dramatic results under the harshness of light. So the spotlight is on. The spotlight is focused on a couple of people you know, you love, your community. And if you are the makeup artist, are you covering them with the necessary support, with the needed support? Are you covering them with love, with compassion, with kindness? What is it that you cover these people who's put on the spotlight? What is it that you do for people who's on the spotlight of the news right now? Spotlight of scrutiny, spotlight of bashing. Are you the one called to cover them in such dramatic way that you protect how they feel? You protect them so they can perform their jobs. Yeah, we need that. You know, when you act a certain role, you need this makeup. You need this theatrical makeup thing done for you, so you also get to internalize the very thing that you need to project. So are you called to be a theatrical makeup artist right now? In this season? In this live show? In this theatrical musical show? Or maybe you are a choreographer. You know, an essential role in bringing the musical theater production to life. Choreographers are responsible for every important part of the show. They work out exactly how the talent should move when we are on stage. And trust me, it's more than the dance routines. The choreographer tells us where we position ourselves, how we raise our hands, how our posture should be, and all of these things. Are you called to be a choreographer right now? Are you the choreographer in your family, in your household? Are you the choreographer in your organizations? Are you the choreographer of this nation? Are you called to do this role right now where you embrace that your role is so essential and that you are very important to the show and you need to help us move according to the music? Because if you don't do your role, if you don't respond to your calling, we might be dancing not in tune with the music. The music could be rhapsody, and we might be performing another kind of dance. We might be in a mood of shooting atmosphere, and yet you're causing us to panic. When the season could be a moment, a beautiful moment of reflection, you are leading us to move in pandemonium. When you are called to lead us to come to a moment of reflection, to a moment where we would appreciate every relationship that we have, you direct us to focus our attentions to the things that would not matter after the show. Are you a choreographer? Are you called? Remember, your role is not just for us to dance to the music, and it's not just about the routines, but how we show up, how we stay on stage until the end of the show. Oh, maybe you're the actors, the singers, the dancers, working directly with the choreographers, directors, and the stage managers of the main event. These are the people who the public have paid good money to see. Are you one of this? Are you called to act? Are you called to perform a role? Are you called to be on stage for a specific character? And people paid a good amount of money, a huge amount of money for you to show up and do your thing. Are you showing up? Are you showing up to your role? Are you doing your role? Are you being faithful to your role? Are you being a good steward of your role? A lot of people would audition for a role, for the main role, for the main character. And you know what? I've seen this over and over in theater. Those people on the main character, either they are the most humble person you could meet in the show, or they are the most arrogant person, the most prideful, and the most entitled person in the show. And they have forgotten that so much is on them. People pay to see them act the role. Are you this? Are you called for the big roles? And yet, because you are arrogant and you are just so entitled, you come up late, you're lazy and you slumber, and you're still waiting for the director to shout. Or maybe you just allow the other actors, the other dancers to wait on you to shape up. You do all your tantrums, and the rest of the people in the show just wait for you to shape up. You are important. And if you're called for this, rise up. The show is ongoing. We've not come to the stop. We have not yet heard the curtain call, but it's coming. So do your share. Rise up. Do it. Make it happen. Do not disappoint the people looking up to you. They came for you. And do not disappoint the people serving you in the role that was given to you. The scenic carpenter. A scenic carpenter's role is to create sets and structural elements of the production as requested by the production manager. You know, it's really important to see that there are people who create the show possible by creating the sets and all the structural elements. In theater, if the person taking care of this is not responsible, we could have our injuries, we could have accidents, we can fall up on stage, anything can happen, the props would just like not fit in together. You know, the scenic carpenter would see us through, would care for us, would really do the coordination to ensure that we got the best foundation, that the stage is really set for us. That's why you commonly heard the stage is set. It is the scenic carpenter who made it possible. There is no stage on set without the scenic carpenter. So are you called to be the carpenter in this season? Are you called to build the stage for those people who will act? Are you called to build the stage as sturdy, as strong, so nobody gets out of the show, nobody receives an injury? Are you there for us? Are you creating this set? Are you creating the stage for us to perform our role? Or you are out there performing other roles? The costume attendant, tasked with making costumes fit the stage. Talent, keeping them in good condition between shows. Yep. And helping actors in and out of them during the show. You know, I really appreciate costume attendant. Yeah, of course we say thank you to the costume maker, but it's really the costume attendant who would really follow through with us, take care of us. Like normally after after the particular episode, the show, we go backstage and we just lounge on our seats, and the costume attendant would come, change clothes, change costumes, they take care of us. And sometimes I was just wondering, how do we even get dressed as fast as we could for the next run? They make it happen. They make it happen. And so in our time, in the show of coronavirus, are you those people called to create, provide, assure the PPE? Okay. Are you the one asked to clothe us with what we need? Clothe us with dignity, clothe us with sanity, clothe us with compassion, clothe us of what we need so we can perform the job we are called for? Or are you stripping us off? What role do you play right now? Are you being a good steward to the very calling that you have? And this, the lighting designer, the one who works hand in hand with the light board operators and other show technicians to ensure that the artistic vision of the show will be achieved. The lighting designer who is in charge of where to put the focus, where to put the spotlight, where to put the drama, where to put that emphasis so the audience attentions will be drawn to that. Are you called to be the lighting designer of the show right now? Are you directing us to see what we need to see? Are you directing us to focus where we need to focus? Or everything that you do is not in alignment with the given script to you? You see, if this is a family thing, then you put light to the family thing. If this is a personal reflection, then you put light to it. You put focus into it. Any show, and must say every show is tasking. No musical show, no theater act is easy. It is a daunting task. It's hard on the body. Takes a lot of practice, hours of practice. There's a lot of injuries we encounter. But every show is important. And when we get on stage, it's important that these people do their job so we can do our job as well. Hmm. I've covered 10 actually. Of course, there's more, but I've given you an idea so you can start pondering. Maybe you can check other shows and see if you've been watching a lot of movies right now. Maybe you want to look into, if you are the creator of that movie, who are you? What role are you projecting? What role are you playing? But have you noticed I didn't share with you a very critical role? I didn't ask you about a very critical role, which is this. Who do you think is seated on this? Who do you think is in this space, in this magnificent chair? Who's the director? Who's the director of the coronavirus? I didn't ask you about it because to me, the one seated on that chair is no other than the king, no other than the God I serve, or the divine being, however you want to call it. But I believe that there is someone out there, there's a divine being seated on that chair you and I don't see, but making all these things possible. There is one being there, seated in that chair, directing the whole show. And you know, the truth of the matter, when we are on stage, when we are on the like towards the latter part of the rehearsals, well, actually, the director is out there, like out there in the chairs. We don't get to see him with all the lights on. We don't see the director by the time. We just hear the voice of the director. So let me ask you, by this time, when we now on the show, it's rolling, we're live, no retake of this. Do you still remember what the director had said during the rehearsals? You don't hear the director shouting during the show. During the show, the director is so quiet. Ah, he is just there watching the whole show. So, can you still remember the rehearsals before this show? Your experiences in the past, your learning in the past, your challenges in the past, your victories in the past, everything that the director have given you. Do you have it right now? Because we are now on the show. I don't know about you. But what I know is that this curtain will be pulled up and there will be a curtain call at the end of the show. And what is a curtain call? A curtain call is the time when all the actors return to the front stage after their respective acts. You know, when you do, if you've been to a theater, okay, theatrical show, you know that there are a lot of acts and different acts. There have that different actors, different dancers, performers in it. So when it's curtain call, all performers are called to return to the front stage. So can you now imagine when the ECQ is over, when the pandemic is over, when COVID-19 have come to its final rest, and we have already like cleared the planet Earth with its impact or shed, who are you when you return to the front stage? What character would you be portraying? Would you be showing up? Oh, I must forget. Are you showing up in the first place? Because when it's curtain call, when it's return to front stage, you can only be called if you have showed up to the show. You could have done all your practices in life, but if you are not showing up right now to do the role that you are called to do, then when it's returned to the front stage, what stage are you going to be returning? When it's curtain call, everyone is acknowledged. Everyone. It's a time to acknowledge every person who made the show possible. Would you be acknowledged? And if you have done your share, if you have performed, would you be acknowledged? Would there be a standing ovation when you show up? Would people be cheering for you? Would people be, oh, I recognize you in the show? You know, the best actor is that when they delivered their role apart from their personal characters, meaning, are you showing up right now are according to the role that the director has set you in? And then when it's now time to go to the front stage, people will just like, oh, you did a great job. Could you feel, would you be able to feel the standing ovation when things return to normal? Of course, there is no normal again because we are going to have a new normal. When it's standing ovation time, can you believe that you are there? Will you be inspired to take on that stage? Will you be able to laugh with all the things, the mishap? Here we do that a lot when we laugh on our bloopers. Can we dance again? Yeah. You know, sometimes after the show, we're so happy and we get inside the stage. When we get back on the stage, we will be dancing. Can you motivate people? Can you feel it? Can you imagine? Can you be full of love? And can you feel you're alive? But more than anything else, when it's standing ovation, will you be able to breathe in, breathe out, and say, I'm alive? Picture the standing ovation moment. As for me, if you ask me, I don't really care because to me, a curtain call is this: I'm not done until I'm called to the front stage, and this is my front stage. By then, it would be a beautiful moment if I hear my children really applaud me, my tribe, the people I love, the people I serve. If somebody remembers me, oh, that was really good. But truth of the matter, when it's curtain call and it's my time to get to the front stage, and this is the front stage, I just want to hear this. Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have been a faithful one in handling this small amount. So now I give you many more responsibilities and let's celebrate together. Matthew 25:23. All the things I do is because of this standing ovation from that one person. God gave you a gift of 86,400 seconds today. Have you used one to say thank you? I want to say thank you to the King for giving me the opportunity to serve today. I want to say thank you to everyone for listening. I thank you in advance for sharing this message. But more than that, I thank you for living the message. You and I have a different message to share, all in alignment to what the director have called us to do, to make this show a beautiful experience for the people watching us. Show up, rise up, do your role, be grateful, be happy, be joyful because you are part of the show. Show up for the people who believe in you. Show up for the people who respect you. Show up for the people who counts on you. Show up for the people who looks up to you as their light. Show up and show your heart. At the very least, your love will make a big, big difference in other people's life. Just don't isolate yourself. It said physical distancing, not social distancing. You can isolate yourself physically, but get in touch emotionally, socially, because you are called for a role. Show up, dance to the tune of the music, do your role, and let's all make it to the end of the show. Thank you so much for being part of this talk, for being part of the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, brought to you by the Global Institute for Coaches and Entrepreneur. And if you need coaching, if you need help, our coaching hub is available. 0917-586-1661 is the number to call. You can visit our coaching hub at Pioneer Center Compound, Pioneer Road, Corner Brixtons, and United Streets, Capitolio, Pasig City. Till then, I'd like to journey with you to a life that is all brand new. The follow through of COVID-19 ROI is a life where you are full of insights, not only of the present, but of what is yet to come. Today, everyone, thank you so much. Love and boom. Bye bye.
That's
All
beautiful.
right. Meaningful, coach.
Sobra.
Meaningful.
Yeah.
Whew. All right.
Hinga,
So,
hinga, hinga.
yeah, hinga-hinga tayo ng very, very light.
Mm.
So, to our fellow coaches in the tribe who's tuning in right now, welcome to the Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. We just heard our Master Coach A's
Mm.
message for each and every one of us. So, it
Right.
was a beautiful, meaningful message of purpose and roles. Right,
Right.
Coach KJ?
Yes. Um, Grabe, no? Master Coach A, she enumerated a lot of the roles in theater. Um, what really struck me was, well, yung director, syempre. Oh, I realized, oh nga, the director is, 'di ba? If it's Allah, if it's God, if it's, 'di ba, our supreme being, 'di ba? And at the
Mm,
end of the day, the director, yes, he will direct, yes, he may show you a picture of what he wants to do, 'di ba? Like what we're experiencing now, this is what we're going through, 'di ba? But at the end of the day, how we interpret
mm,
what's happening to us. It's
mm,
still up to us. He's giving us that freedom, di ba?
mm, mm,
So that's very impactful for me eh. 'Di ba?
mm.
Nakakagising siya ng diwa, nakakagising siya ng soul, 'di ba?
Yes. So Master Coach A has a very strong way of
Right,
communicating things to us, and
right.
it was a beautiful illustration. No, hindi ko talaga
Yeah.
siya nakita how a
Mm.
theater job can reflect a calling in your life,
Yeah.
and how
Yes.
showing up in the stage of life. Yun yung
Right.
sinabi, Coach, stage of life, how showing up matters when the curtain calls. No?
Right, right.
Untitled, The Curtain Call, The Return to
To the front
Frontage.
stage. Yeah,
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 to the
yeah.
front stage.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
um, yes, Coach.
No, no, coach, continue, go.
Oh, yeah. So, with that being said, kung titignan mo, Coach, ang tanong ko lang sa'yo at sa mga viewers
Mm.
natin is, who are you in the theater jobs that were presented earlier during the talk of Master Coach A? Who are you there? And
Mm.
have you been showing up to that
Mm.
very role? And if not, what kind of role you are performing right now? So,
Right.
yun yung mga tanong, Coach, kasi you could be performing a role right now that is not for
Yeah.
you,
Right.
or there is a role that you need to play but you're not taking it.
Right. Right. And also, no, I think in for example, if we're likening it to our life,
Mm,
we have growing up or going into adulthood, discovering who we are in our lives, we take on different roles, diba? We could be a lighting designer, we could be a costume attendant, we could be a
mm.
choreographer in life, we could have been a
Makeup
musical
artist.
director. Yes, diba?
Mm,
But at the end of the day, it's all about finding where your heart is. 'Di ba? Parang discovering your purpose talaga, 'di ba?
mm,
That's
mm, mm.
which is part of the journey. I mean, we may go through all these roads in life, but there is one that will stick out to us, to me, 'di
Mm,
ba?
mm.
One thing that will create that much impact in my life, and I will stick to that role, 'di ba?
Yes, and
Mm.
thank you, Master Coach A, for once again
Yes.
reminding us, reminding the community, the tribe, and all the people who will be, who will be able to
Right.
listen, to hear this message of
Yeah.
purpose, roles of calling. So, what
Mm.
really, yung impact sa akin, Coach, with the message is really more of who are you, who
Mm.
are you on those roles, on
Right.
those roles, who are you, and what kind of role you are playing right now, because by the end of the day, what matters most is really showing up.
Right, right. Really showing up. And yung nga parang what I also got from Master Coach A's topic is no role is too small. diba? All these roles that we're playing contributes to a bigger picture, eh, diba? Which is the entire performance, right?
Yes.
So parang if one of the roles is not present, then it won't work out entirely. It won't be as a successful show or a performance as it should be, diba? So each role is
Mm-hmm.
very important, diba? Uh, each role being important, but again, yung sa personal naman, it's all about discovering your space, your role, your purpose, diba? In this whole
Yeah.
performance.
In that, in that Coach KJ, in those
Yeah.
kinds of roles, where are you connecting or who are you connecting?
Wow. Right now. Wait, I'll check my notes.
Okay, okay.
um,
So while Coach KG is checking, we just want to acknowledge all the messages that are coming in.
yes.
Maraming salamat. It's such an overwhelming messages, no? Thank
Yeah.
you for letting us know that you are with us, that you are online. So we will just read a couple of messages because there are many of them, but we want to welcome all our fellow coaches in the
Yes,
house. No, ang dami nila,
welcome.
coach. So, Master Coach Lakendra, thank you for being with us. Maraming
Yeah.
salamat. And she said, we will find our role and join the
Yeah.
production sister. Yes.
Yes.
Then we have here a message, a comment coming from Coach Faye of Zamboanga. Beyond grateful to have known you in this lifetime, Master Coach A. Thank you for sharing your heart to all of us. We also
Mhm.
have here Coach Asmin, Master Coach Asmin, goosebumps. Hashtag, hashtag goosebumps.
Right.
Tama,
Tama,
Coach.
I agree.
That feeling, no? And then
Yeah.
we have Coach Jome. Hi, Coach
Mm.
Jome. We miss you on floor, Coach. See you soon. And we have Coach Romar. God gave us already our gifts and
Yeah.
capabilities. It depends to us if we will use it, share it to fulfill our mission.
Mission.
Yes, and we have one comment here from Master Coach A. Thank you, Coach Ed, for receiving the
The
message.
message.
Okay, okay. So sabi ni Coach Ed dito, tinignan ko, no, saan nanggaling yung, yung comment ni Master Coach A. Ramdam pa ng puso ko till ngayon. I can't
Mm.
believe na it's just ended. It was really a beautiful scene, Coach A. I am forever grateful for your life. Mahal ka namin. All
Right.
right, Master Coach A, maraming salamat.
Very much. Thank you very
Yes, that
much.
experience of
Mm.
a profound experience wherein you just encounter the reality and the beauty of showing up. That when the curtain call will be there and everyone will be returning to the front stage,
Yeah.
the question really is, are you with the people who will be returning to the front stage? Because the people that will be returning to the front stage are the people who showed up in spite and despite. And marami ding salamat for painting that beautiful moment of a director, no? There's so
Yeah.
many rehearsals, sabi nga ni Master Coach A, there's so many rehearsals, but on a final note, you will not hear the director because the director will oversee and just sit in silence after
Yeah.
all the rehearsals were done. Thank you for that profound message, Master Coach A.
That's right. That's right. And of course, again, no role will ever be too little in this mission, especially in our tribe. No role is too little, right? It's just a matter of taking it and showing up and doing what we have to do.
All right. Thank you, Coach KJ. So maraming
Yes. Thank
salamat to
you.
our fellow coaches online and to our
Yes.
friends who are also tuning in. So we will just be taking a break and we will be getting all the speakers on the board, Coach KJ, for
Yes.
the
Yes.
panel discussion. And we are excited to share it with you. So stay tuned. We will just be having a break for 5 minutes. Maraming salamat. There you go.
Hello. Hi, coaches. Hi,
Congratulations!
Coach
Thank you for
A.
doing well.
Hi, thank you, Coach.
Welcome, welcome. So again, to all our viewers who are just tuning in, this is Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2. And to all our fellow coaches who have been tuning in, maraming salamat. Allow your messages, comments, and thoughts to come in our comment box. As you see right now, we have our speakers in our segment 10.
Yes.
Yes.
We have
Yes.
Master Coach A. Yon. Thank you, Master Coach A.
Yay!
And Coach Audrey with us this afternoon. Yes, Coach
Yeah.
KJ.
Yes, welcome, and thank you for those really powerful talks that, of course, Master Coach A and Coach Audrey, very powerful talks a while
Ready
ago.
nyo kami.
Sobrang daming lessons, sobrang daming natutunan.
Yeah.
And Master Coach A, you look great with your hat, ah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. I missed the
Uh-huh,
picture
uh-huh.
Suits
actually.
well.
Yeah.
Yes, you
Suits
look
well with
Yeah,
the
I
good.
just missed it. Yeah.
All right.
How are
So,
you?
again, uh-huh.
Sige, go. Let's do this.
Yes.
Okay. The messages, no, from Coach Audrey to Coach Eman,
Yeah.
then to Coach Shari, prepared us for what is about to come, which
Yeah.
is the curtain call. Alam mo yon, yung prepare ka lang kasi ito yung landing. Yon, ito
Right.
yung landing, the curtain call, return to the front stage. No, so from
Yeah,
Coach
yeah.
Audrey, which focused on identity recall after the
Yeah.
COVID-19.
Yeah.
So medyo wina-warm up na, no? Wina-warm up na yung mindset mo, yung heartbeat mo, wina-warm up na towards what is your identity after
Right.
COVID-19. And then
Right.
comes
Right.
Coach Eman's message about to be locked in after the lockdown. So
Yeah.
anchoring naman ito, in-anchor ka doon sa
Yeah.
mga core values mo or the things that you need to prepare right now so that after COVID-19, hindi ka malolost, no? And
Right.
then come Coach Shari. Coach Shari really talk about awareness and transformation. So it's very strong about self-awareness and
Yeah.
transformation. And then the curtain call.
Right.
So imagine the feeling, Master Coach Tay and Coach Audrey, no? Nakakatulala at nakakaiyak. Yung
Right.
teary-eyed
Yeah, what a
naman.
finale. Yeah, what a finale.
Very much.
Yes,
Very much.
yes, Master Coach A. What a finale. Yes, Coach KJ.
Yes. I have a question. Ano. Um, with the topics that you discussed a while ago, what made you focus on those topics? I'm really interested to know. Coach
Coach Audrey
Audrey
first.
first.
Okay,
Sige,
sige.
yeah.
Sige, ako I'll go first. At first, when Coach Rez asked me to take the challenge for to be part of the virtual coaching summit part 2, at first I was at first I was really hesitant because first and foremost because of the time constraints, and during that time I don't have much idea yet what is the focus of the topic that I'll be
Yeah.
discussing. It's besides the what I have in my heart when it comes to coaching, which is self awareness and personal accountability. So I asked for insight from Master Coaching, then from Coach Rez, that I want to connect the talk that, of course, I want to connect with the what's really in my heart, and then connecting it with the return of the insight that Master Coach A has talked the past weeks. And then, of course, I prayed about it, asked God for the wisdom on what exactly the message that He wants me to impart. Because I want to maximize that opportunity. Okay? I want to maximize that opportunity. So, God is impressed in my heart to talk about life. But what is it all about life that it will be more meaningful and impactful for our listeners and for our viewers? So, how can I integrate identity, the self awareness, and personal accountability? That's why I came up with that acronym of life, which is learning. What can you learn from this pandemic? How can you impact? How can you use that learning to become, to create an impact, not just for yourself, but of course with the people around you? Sabi nga ni Master Coach A, we have different roles. It's not a matter of who is better, who is best, kung sino yung mas magaling. Hindi siya ganun eh. But it's more of, we have different roles to perform. It's like
Right.
that particular role that has been entrusted to us by God is, alam ng Lord na ikaw yung tamang tao who can perform that role and who can fulfill that purpose no one else. And then forward thinking, kasi basically, there's nothing that we can do. Of course, we pay respect and we salute for those people who really work hard, especially for our frontliners. And of course, we pay respect for those people who lost their lives as well battling this pandemic. But at the end of the day, it's a matter of you really have to move on eh. Yes, there are instances that medyo tatambay ka doon with that emotional state because you have to process everything. You have to process your emotion. And that's normal. No matter how strong you are, there would really come to a point na you really feel down. You really feel down and you need some time to really process everything before you bounce back. Before we bounce back stronger. And then, so you do forward thinking, and then afterward, you elevate in terms of your thoughts, elevate in terms of your character, in terms of your spirituality. So sabi nga natin, we're not talking about religion here. Of course, we respect other people's belief. But then again, if you're going to connect it kasi with science, facts, tatanggalin natin yung spiritual na aspect, there's really a great role ng spiritual natin, and there's really a great impact when it comes to believing that there's really someone who's in control of everything, regardless kung sino yung pinapaniwalaan natin, but there's really someone above us, a supreme being that no matter how good we are, no matter how great we are with the field where we are right now, there's really someone na in a snap of a finger, talagang masasabi mo na, ay, hindi ko pala kaya as human. There's really someone that I need to be connected with. And that supreme being where we are connected, that's actually the one who's giving us that purpose. Purpose in terms of principles on how we should live our lives. And that gives us our unique identity, kung sino talaga tayo. So that's where it comes to me when it comes nung time that I'm preparing this and I'm preparing the presentation and then the content of the message.
Right. That's wonderful. Thank you, Coach
Galing.
Audrey.
Thanks,
Yes.
Coach KJ.
Yes. Master Coach A.
Salamat sa ano ha, sa power. Nagising,
Pang
may mga nagising na
phenomenon eh.
diwa, oo.
Oo.
An
First and
awakening.
foremost, thank you to both of you for doing a great job for the finale segment. I mean, all the hosts and the co-hosts have done a great job. It's been 40 hours. We're now on our 41st hour, no? So mag 41st hour
Akalain
na
mo
tayo
yun.
past 4 o'clock, no? Akalain mo 'yon. So thank you so
Wow.
much. Okay, StreamYard, maraming salamat. Okay, thank
StreamYard.
you. Oo, pagpalain kayo ng Diyos. Okay, so then si Audrey, yeah, totoo yung journey niya, no. She struggled with the content. She can't struggle with what's supposed to be discussed. And I think hindi yan kakaiba with all the rest of the other coaches, no. Even Master Lakendra struggled also for her own topic. I believe all of us wanted to say something that is uniquely ours. I think I would say it for all the speakers. Definitely iba-iba lang tayo when we come up. But I believe all of us come up with something uniquely ours, which is like
Mm,
really the woo. Okay, the beauty of the summit. If
mm,
you notice, there are only three of us who's a returning speaker. All the 37 are all new speakers. So Master Klekendra opened it and I ended it up. And then there's another, just one speaker from the international who's a returning Coach Kisha. And then the 37 are all new first timer, right? Now, even if you are a seasoned speaker, it's different doing like this. I mean, people don't
mm,
know that it's different until you try, right, Coach KJ? You've tried. I mean, it's different, right? It's different
Yes.
when you are in front of an audience. It's different when it's a whole lot different
Yeah.
dimensions, and people don't know until they know. Like they would just think you that that's easy, and they just gonna make a comment at all, and they would say I want to do that, and so like come on, Ip, hop in, come on, let's do it, right?
Mm.
So
Mm.
I know it's gonna be very challenging. So the mere fact that a coach said yes, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. So
mm,
I'm done with it. So no matter what happened, like if it's a showtime and it's curtain call, like you've got my highest respect. And a lot of you would just be beating yourself and say like I should have done better and everything. Of course, I mean life is still here. We're not going home tomorrow, so it's okay. So with that, okay, remember Master Coach Lakendra opened the summit very powerfully. She opened
mm,
it like an hour and 1 hour and 1 minute. That was a very powerful one. The first batch was also very powerful, and so I kind of having this really a challenge on me because not because I'm competitive. No. My challenge was I want to give justice to all of you who trusted. Like you trusted me. So what would be my final message to all of you? Like yeah, this like the whole world
Mm.
watching. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. But at the end of the day, I am very accountable to my very tribe. And at the core would be my 40, the 39 other speakers and the core team who supported me in the journey, who jumped in with me, who dive in with me, who's not been in the rest for 40 hours and more. My daughter who's been in the technical side, barely sleeping for 40 hours. Like I
Mm.
needed to come up and say, it's worth it. Like you trusted and it's worth it. And it's worth it.
Mm.
And at the end of the day, it's really like, I want people to know that that everything you see, this is possible because there is a giver to this. Like, no, I
yes.
mean, many people would say we can't be like you. And then I would always say, you can be better than me. You can be more
Yeah.
than me. And what I'm trying to tell you is just like, what are the things that you needed to have? And I only have two. Like, I only have two bullets. I like, it worked wonders to me. Master Lakendra shared us three stories. I have only two. I have humility. I have obedience. Humility, obedience. When God said, I mean, if God tells me right now, go to the farm and do farming, I'll go farming. No question asked. If God tells me, okay, go there and I'll go. Like, I will be able to humble myself to whatever role because there's a
Mm.
director in there. Because my role, that's not me. My identity is who I am to the king, who is my director. So like if you see me like doing this well, right? Yeah, good. Okay, kudos to the director who made the show like well and provided me all my rehearsals. But this is not me. Like, hey, so you want this? There's a director who makes this happen. That's just the message. And I was just like, How do I make you understand that? How do I shift the spotlight from me? Because all of these things doesn't really matter to me if I go home and take my front stage and I don't receive that. Well done. No, I mean, all of this is because there is one who deserves the glory. I don't know how you call him. I don't know. But this is the season that you gotta believe he who sends me exists. And this is the very reason I'm here. So this is like the curtain that I've been waiting for. Not yet the curtain call. I'm still on the stage. I'm still doing all the different roles. And who knows, baka tomorrow iba na naman yung role ko, di ba? Every day, my role changes. And I just get up every day. Okay, so if there's one person there who relieve, okay, got pregnant, do nothing, and you take it up. Somebody wanted to
Ako nawawala
slumber,
ako,
doesn't want
Kevin.
to do that. So God said, pick it
Nawawala
up. Hello?
ako.
Okay. So my topic and the way I presented it is because first and foremost to all the 39 people who trusted and to all the
Yeah.
people who labored behind the scene. And
Yes.
I needed to bring into something creatively so that people understand that I am not a one man woman show. Yes, I've got a couple of people like working with me hand in hand. I got my daughter who's my very close assistant and everything. Yan na yan, siya na lahat yan. Wala nang iba. O roll into one. And so there is a divine power that makes this possible. And that's what I want you to receive more than anything. And a lot of things, no, a lot of things happened during the course of 40 hours, and he made it possible. So every talks, every message that a coach and exchange agents would bring into the screen, my heart would break if you're not able to release it because I know I can still do more. And my mind was just like, what can I do more? How can I solve this person? Because it's a whole show. Nobody's supposed to be left out. Even if you are the front of the stage, you are doing this. That menial task that you're doing is just the start off, right? So
Yes.
God would promote you. So my thinking is just like, okay, what am I gonna do? So like for example, if I'm here now, I'm on the main character. What would I do to the person not up there who wants to take my role? So that's been like, and honestly, to all of you watching, this is my by far the most powerful talk. Like to me, this is the most powerful talk. This is really because I'm able to show the very director who makes all these things possible. It happens to me because that's just the message of the. If there's one message I want to share with you, because this is the season for you to believe that he exists. And what he gives me, oh, he loves to give it to all of you. The world is so big. 196 countries in the world, 78 point billion in the world, people in the world. God needs a lot of you showing up. Come on, show up, show up, show up. So big stage, big production, right? So the success of my talk is not really you saying I'm good, but you believing that this story can be yours as well. You believing that after this talk, when you do the same thing, like when I say the same thing, it's like you gain the insight, have clarity, reflect on it, all right? Because I didn't give you really anything. Like I just showed you this is the stage I'm working on. Welcome to my stage. Welcome to my platform. Hopping in, joining me in. So I've been teaching a lot of people, you know that. I'm so excited to all the people out there. I'm so excited to share because hey, I might be on the front stage. I mean, I might be called out anytime. And I'm always excited to go. Okay, well, I don't feel I'm dying tomorrow, not yet. But my gosh, I'm excited. I'm excited to go on the front stage. So, ikung tawagin na ako. So, happen in, happen in. Let's do some rehearsals more. So, I'm done. You take the stage. So, ganun lang siya.
Yeah.
So, I hope you get it and I hope that is the message. If you're watching this on the replay, take on that. Take that. Take that. Okay? Not me, not me. And many people would know this. Every time I would speak, every time I go on big engagement, I have a simple prayer just before the curtain go. God, reduce me as you increase. Like God increase as I decrease. Like if there is possibility I am no longer there, like God just transport me, like just use the body and just got in there. So if you get that, the way if you get to my space and see that this is my space, Hey, it's possible.
Yeah.
And really the journey that I want you to take on. And the stage, the platform, the mechanics are all available. Just hop into the tribe.
All
You're
right.
welcome.
Yes, yes.
Nice.
Thank you,
Wow.
thank you, Master Coach. A. I mean,
Mm.
your prayer is being answered for
Mm.
today because indeed we have received something really special from your
Mm.
message. So, yung
Yeah.
next ko pong tanong, no, parang ano lang pageant, di ba? Aside from ang ganda-ganda ni Master Coach A, ready na for
Yes.
summer, ganon.
Yes.
Yes, ramdam na ramdam
Ano?
namin.
Yeah.
Yun,
Na-excite
so,
na tayo, di ba?
oo,
Lalabas na
di ba?
tayo for summer. Konti
Na-excite
na
Oo,
lang.
malapit
lumabas.
na. Unti na lang. Yun,
Konti
so,
na
Mm.
lang.
to
Mm-mm.
our
Ha.
fellow coaches and our friends in the community who's tuning in right now,
Yeah.
if you have any questions or comments that you want to share, please take this moment kasi nandito si Master Coach A, di ba? So
Yes.
i-take na natin kasi ito na yon. Yun, so yung next question ko, what is the most beautiful experience when you serve the God that you are serving? Okay.
That
Ah, sige.
Yes.
the most
So,
Coach
beautiful
Audrey
thing is
first.
that
yeah.
that he is true. That he is true. That I am not serving or I am not doing things blindly. You know, one thing I believe is I'm intelligent. No, no bragging. I believe I'm intelligent.
True.
So, I am one person who wanna make sense of everything. It's just the same thing. Like, why can I read a lot of books in one sitting, 200 pages, 400 pages, one sitting?
Mm.
Why in the world I cannot read the Bible? Like that one
Mm,
does not make sense to me. And yeah,
mm,
that story would always allow me, like, imagine going on a vacation, just bringing all the Bibles. It's so heavy. I could remember that. And it doesn't make sense until
yeah.
he released that blessing. He released that anointing that I can understand because you have a relationship with me, because my word belongs to my kid, real belongs to my child. That's why sabi niya, my sheep knows my voice. So if you cannot understand what is
Mm.
written in there, maybe you don't have yet that relationship, because I came from that. So when I
Mm,
preach the word of God, when I share my experience with God, it doesn't really come from what my readings are, because the readings, I can be a debater and I can debate that. Trust me. Like, I can debate that. So when I read those books, I like no, this is not the God I know. But I preach the God I know, who allowed me to read the word, receive the word, and allowed me to do the work.
Mm.
Not out of the prize, but out of the gratitude. That's why I speak a lot of gratitude. Because the very reason why
mm,
I'm doing this, because I'm grateful. Like, I'm grateful I'm alive.
Mm.
It's a different
mm,
thing when you do things from a space of entitlement and a space of
Mm.
gratitude. Like, for example, if you are asked to speak and you're coming from a space of entitlement, ang yabang mo kasi nagsalita ka,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Yeah, you owe me because I spoke. But to me, whether whatever speaking engagement that I will get, like, I would always come from a space of gratitude because anyone else can take my post. So because I get that post, I will always be grateful. Hence the reason why when you pay me, I deliver at the very least double what you paid me, because I'm always grateful. And I know that
yeah.
someone else can do the job for you, but I'm
Mm.
grateful
Mm,
that God gave the chance to me. So yun siya, and if God is not true, then I'm stupid doing all these things. So every time I obey, I encounter him in a miraculous way.
Mm.
And that's it. Yun lang. Just, alam mo, simple lang po kasi akong tao talaga. I mean, basta, basta nalaman ko na, and when things happen, lagi kong sinasabi, results knows the, if I see God in the picture, tapos na tayo.
mm,
For whatever happens, I mean, if tomorrow God tells me, if I hear God nga tells me that, ayusin mo na yan. I mean, tomorrow you'll be home. Okay, I
Mm.
think I'm gonna make a little of phone calls and pack my things and say, hey, I'm going in 6 hours. I'm going in 3 hours. Do this. I'm gonna be gone in 3 hours. Like, I think that miracle that not a lot of people do experience is really my experience. So, like, in this, like, I just asked him, like, can I just show up and serve my tribe? like I've never done before. Because you've heard me talk, you've heard me teach you a lot of things. So how can I showed my gratefulness and gratitude to all of you who trusted me? How can I?
Mm.
I mean, this season, pandemic siya, and a lot of people will be doing their own thing. There are a lot of people, they will be, making all the excuse. And but you showed up from Coach Connect to the summit. You're showing up. So like, oh God, what can I pay for them? I mean, even if I say we celebrate after this, I can't pay you for to stop. And for those of you like Audrey, juggling all the works and all. No, I cannot pay you for that. So he just showed up. I think he showed up. Yeah. So when you say thank you and like thank you that you connected, thank you that you have a relationship with him. Yeah.
Mm.
I'm grateful for that. Coach Audrey.
For me, always naman, ako kasi may motto in life talaga, you will never know you're ready unless you say yes, eh.
Correct.
And ako personally, whenever an opportunity comes in, regardless kung kaya ko siya or hindi, as long as it was laid down sa akin, I always say yes, basta kaya ko ng time. So, after no, tsaka ko na siya poproblemahin kung paano ko siya gagawin, kung ano yung
That's
content
right.
na gagawin ko. Because I know I can. It's a matter of setting the priorities. It's a matter of temporarily giving up something for you to
Mm-mm.
accomplish something. So, ako yung greatest experience ko din is to really become the source of hope and inspiration. We
Mm.
don't know who's listening and who's watching for
Yeah.
that video right now, for the messages that we presented as life coaches. And we have no idea how it might impact the lives of other people. So,
Mm.
sa atin siguro, it's more of, I'll follow through dun sa shinare ni Master Coach Ray kanina. It's more of performing to the audience of one. Kasi if we tend to be conscious on what other people might say about us, or what
Yeah.
else can I do, will I do better for this presentation, or baka magmukha akong hindi maganda yung presentation ko nun, and
Mm.
what would people think about me, that I'm not good, I'm not better, I'm not capable of doing it. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, we are just performing to the audience of one. And let's say
Correct.
for an instance, you really didn't well on that particular presentation or opportunity that has been offered to you, then think about it, diba? Be constructive, look for the
Yeah.
learning, and then you can do better next time. Hindi siya natatapos with that particular message. It's always something on keep on elevating yourself, keep on improving yourself. Hindi siya yung tipong, okay na to. Hindi siya ganun eh. Kasi one way or another, if naging ganun yung perspective natin, sooner or later, pride takes in, and nagiging
Yeah, that's right.
magpaplato tayo na I'm good with it. So I no longer want to become a better person.
Yeah.
I no longer want to become a better person in this
Version.
particular field where I
Mm.
am doing right now. So
Mm.
ako, greatest learning ko talaga, for me, it's an opportunity it's really a blessing. It's really a opportunity for me to become part of the global virtual coaching summit part 2, and I've my shared it with the people within my area of influence. Again, na sabi ko, this is not about me. It's just an
Mm.
opportunity, and the mere fact that God gives you that opportunity, open the door of opportunity. God knows exactly that you can perform the role. God knows
Yeah.
exactly that you can actually finish the assignment. It's a matter of you. So, doon papasok yung choice natin. Kasi, di ba, God will always just open the opportunity. But then again, sabi nga natin, it's always up to us if we're going to say yes
Mm.
or not. So,
Yeah.
let's say for an instance, ako personally, let's say for an instance, I say no for that opportunity, then definitely, yes, I will miss the part, I will miss the learning, I will miss the, I will miss to have that blessed heart to become a blessing, to become a source of hope and inspiration for those people who might be
Mm.
watching and who might be listening to that presentation. So ako, it's really performing to the audience of one. It doesn't matter whatever
Yeah.
kung ano man yung sasabihin ng ibang tao sa atin, na kasi whether we like it or not, people might say good things, people might criticize us. 'Di ba yun nangyayari sa government natin?
Yeah.
No matter what you do, people really provide feedback. So it doesn't matter. For me, it doesn't matter as long as this is the wisdom that God has given me. I was able to translate the message that He wants me to say. I was able to present it the way He wants me to present it. So I'm good
Mm.
with it. I'm able to say na, yes, Lord. I was able to say yes to you. I'm able to finish the task and
Mm.
perform the role that you have given me, that you have entrusted me. And I know in my heart that I became a good steward
Yeah,
by
that's right.
doing that role and by doing that performance na in-entrust mo sa akin. Because basically for
Yes.
Yeah.
now, it might be the purpose, diba? It might be the purpose that He entrusted in me. So if I became a good steward for now, then basically He will continue to stretch out my
Yeah.
comfort zone. He will
Mm.
continue to
Mm.
expand my border. It could be a
Mm.
test of character as well. Are you going to say
Yeah.
yes for this opportunity that I'm offering to you? Or will you say no because you are focusing on yourself on what you can do rather than focusing on me and what can I do through you? So that's
Yes.
really my realization with all the preparation and the experience for the virtual summit.
Yes, thank
Right.
you. Thank you so much, Coach
Yeah.
Audrey, for
Yeah.
that message, the audience of one. So before Coach KJ will ask the next question,
Yeah.
let me just acknowledge our fellow coaches online that is currently watching us. Again,
Yeah.
for the community, we are doing Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, and this is like 40 messages from 40 change agents. So if you want to check us out, you can see us at Coach A, I Connect. So you can be able to watch again the 10 segments with 40 messages. So our coaches online right now, we have a message coming from Coach Al. He said, "Thank you so much, coaches, for sharing your hearts to the world. Thank you
World.
so much, Master Coach A. Love, bam, boom." Yun,
Mm.
mahilig si Coach Al sa Love Bam Boom ngayon eh. Love Bam Boom, Coach Al. And then we have a message from Coach K. The audience of one, show up and serve like I have never
Never done
done
before.
before. All right,
Right.
Coach
Yeah.
KJ.
Yes. I'm interested to learn
Sorry,
like
sorry.
the value of or yung what made you, Coach Audrey, and of course Master Coach A, no, um, for those who are part of the tribe, of course, yung value of being a life coach, especially in these times, most especially.
Mm.
Or what value do you see in what we're doing now? Coach Audrey,
Coach
would you like
Audrey.
to go
Okay,
first?
sige. Okay, I'll go back to the first message, yung sa Kapihan Night ni Coach A, and I watch yung
Mm-mm.
Brave Story kasi na, first and foremost, kasi you should have the heart eh. That is where the source of your hand talaga. So, kasi if you don't have the
Yeah.
heart in whatever you're
Yes.
doing, sooner or later you will be tired, definitely.
Yeah.
If you
Mm.
don't
Mm.
have the heart with what you're doing, darating ka sa point that you will ask yourself, what
Tired.
exactly I'm doing for? Is it worth it?
Yeah.
Dadating ka sa
Yeah.
point na, am I really, parang, am I really doing the right thing? Tama pa ba yung
Mm.
ginagawa ko, or I'm just wasting my time? So, as a life coach talaga, if you really don't have that heart in terms of helping, you really cannot survive. You really cannot survive the profession of life
That's right.
coaches, of life coaching. Kasi,
Totoo.
kung titingnan, di ba? You really
Totoo.
Kailangan
cannot
ng
survive if
puso.
as the life coach
Oo,
if you
Agree,
don't
hashtag
agree
have
si
relate.
the
Coach
heart
Rizel.
na,
Oo, di
ano,
ba?
so
Saludo
parang
tayo
if you are
dyan.
just exactly if you're just looking for what can I get from this person,
Mm.
this person should have been paying me for a professional fee for this certain
Mm.
amount. In reality, hindi ganun yung nangyayari.
Mm.
But then again, the blessing of it kasi it's more of being a witness on how this person or how
Yes.
you as a life coach become a part of the transformation of that person. And I think that is something that money cannot buy.
Right.
Definitely the
Mm.
audience, God, the director, our supreme being, whatever you call him,
Mm.
okay, whatever you call him, definitely he knows everything that we're doing. So we
Yeah.
or personally, kung titingnan man natin, you might not feel, 'di ba? You might not feel rewarded or you might
Yeah.
in your own perspective, you might not be financially rewarded because of what you're doing, but the audience is one of one is actually giving you so much opportunity. So sabi nga ni Coach, it's more of probably it's a preparation. God is preparing our character for something better, for us to
Mm.
become the best person that He wants us to be. And life coaching is actually God's greatest opportunity to become a person that He wants us to be in terms of character, whatever special skills na binigay niya sa atin. So, it really comes with the heart. Okay, it really comes with the heart na for us to give that love. But of course, hindi kasi natin mabibigay yung love na yun, yung genuine or authentic love na yun if we haven't experienced it first. Ako personally, if I'm going to share my experience, I actually experienced it first from him. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure with Master Coach, ganun din and with other people who can give unconditional love because kami mismo naging recipient eh. We are the
Mm.
kumbaga first person who experienced that love, that unconditional love from God, from the supreme being, from Christ that we believe in. That's why it's very easy for us to really transform or transmit that love, to share that love without expecting something in return. Kasi God, the supreme being that I'm referring to, He's the one who's continuously fulfilling that love tank na hindi namin nakukuha with the applause ng ibang tao. It's Him
Mm.
who's actually fulfilling that love tank, and that's more than enough. So nag-uumapaw yung love na yun. That's why we are able to share it with other people without expecting something in return. So yun lang, ganang. Magatapon na kami ng tapon kasi
Wow.
umaapaw yung love na binibigay niya sa amin.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Coach
Thank you, Coach
Audrey.
Audrey. Master
Life
Coach.
coaching, life coaching kasi is, to me, it's really to me a divine calling. Life coaching is not a profession that you just take on
Mhm.
because nakita mo siya, maganda siya. I believe not everybody is called to be where we are. When I say not called, okay, I
Mm.
would say not yet because you don't want to
Mm-mm.
respond. You know what? Is called to be a life coach. Pero katulad nung sa theater, di ba? Meron kang pagdadaanan eh. Meron kang proseso. So,
Mm-mm.
meron siyang tinatawag na not yet. Not yet, no? Of course, you can help people, you can do the practice and all. I'm taking off from a perspective of people wanting really to be this successful. Itong stage na to, that people throw the towel when they don't see this. Okay, when I say not yet, it's because wala ka pa dito. But you are
Mm.
called to care. You are called to
Mm.
serve. You are called to be a channel of transformation, and therefore
Mm.
you are called to coach, right? So nandun yung calling. Pero it's a process. Like kung actor ka naman, 'di ba, pagpasok mo hindi ka naman agad lead star, 'di ba? So ako parang nakailang
Mm.
ilang takbo pa ako bago ako naging lead drawer. Nung nag-directorial ako, nag-assistant director muna ako bago ako naging director. So meron po siyang progression. And most of the time, people in our profession, when they enter, it breaks my heart because they want the fame. Like, they want to say, I'm a life coach, like I am, without really strengthening the muscles. I call it faith muscles because when you
Mm.
handle a process of transformation, like especially in my case, when I started, I handled, and until now, I do a lot of mental health cases. It's a strengthening of faith muscles. And without that, I mean, where do I draw the love for people who bites you, who answers you back, who seems to be
Mm.
hurting other people and doing all the nasty things in their life? I mean, it's a fake thing. That's why I'm saying not yet. All right. So during COVID, I'm so grateful that I am where I am today. You know why? Because I think if not with the tribe, if not with all the people in my hands right now, I would be so concerned with me, my family, with everyone else of my blood and flesh. But you
Mhm.
see, we don't even get to think of it. I've been continuously, even before the final ECQ before I got finally locked down, I was just working so hard and I don't want to stop because I want to be sure that even if I'm locked down, everybody just get on the move and everything. And it stretches my heart and it shifted the focus from me to the rest of the people. And you know what? I would literally cry whenever I see you doing the connections with other people, I could not possibly reach. The Muslim people, I could not possibly reach if not Coach Faye rise up and stood up. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people, there are a lot of
Mm-mm.
OFWs there. There are a
Yeah.
lot of people stuck out in other parts of the globe. And they would say,
Mm-mm.
thank you for remembering us. My
Mm.
reward is very simple. Like sending me a message and say, Coach, thank you for doing what you do. I felt somebody remember us, even if we don't know you. And
Mm.
that to me, if I die tomorrow, like it's just a sweet thing. So,
Mm-mm.
and I know because I've started it, you too will do it.
Mm-mm.
And that's the thing with me. When people don't want to be copied, it's like my quiet, I'm an opposite of that. I do things and I want you to copy it, like copy it. Like
Mm-mm.
when I do press mat, I give away my press mat. When I do like get it, I mean yours, do it. So I want people to copy what I'm doing because I'm successful with it and I find joy. When I say successful, I'm joyful, all right? So not because of the numbers, but I'm thankful with the numbers. So if I am not a life coach, nakakabaliw na rin tong quarantine. But you know what? For 23
Mm-mm.
days, oh my goodness, I never been so busy as I am. Like,
Mm.
oh my.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Honestly, I would have to apologize for my spouse. I haven't cleaned the house. Okay, to the president's order to visit every corner of the house. I haven't done it. I haven't done the laundry. No, no, no. I haven't done it. So it's a blessing to serve, and I got it from my father. That's
Yeah.
the legacy I got from my father, the heart of
Mm-mm.
service. And I would always tell that to my father, right? Every now and then I would say, Pa, thank you. Wherever you are, thank you for giving me this blessing. Like, thank you for giving this
Yeah.
legacy. Like, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm like, I'm sane today. I'm sane today. If you know, if you're not serving, you will be insane. And I don't
Yes.
even have time to read
Yeah.
everything in the in Facebook. Of course, I don't go to newsfeed, but you know what? If I just read my well, I manage Life Coach Philippines, Coach A coaching community. I have my upskill and I have DCAP. You know what? When I read those postings there, oh my goodness, I am enough. Like hindi pa ako natatapos. So like, oh my goodness, I got it. And I want to be a journalist. I want to be in broadcasting. Hey, I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm doing it right now, 'di ba? So
Mm-mm.
like I am perfectly where I am today because I have a tribe. I have a tribe. And yeah, of course,
Mm-mm.
not everyone in the tribe would respond to you the way others would. But it doesn't really matter, coach, because to me, regardless of how you respond to me, all I
Mm-mm.
wanted is for you to know I'm here. And when you're ready, I'm here. Like try me. Like like any other family, it's not always a beautiful journey for us. You would have your own season, your own timing, your own topak. I mean, you have
Mm-mm.
it, like as anyone
Mm-mm.
else. But one thing I want to challenge everyone is to try. Come back, come back. You got a
Mm.
home. So
Mm-mm.
until you're not coming back, I want to toil on the house. I want to toil on the home. I want to make it beautiful. I want to make it just like so homey for you. So when you come back, hey, it's just like you pick up your pieces and yeah, let's get it back together because we've lost the relationship. Kanina pa to natutumba, di ba? Okay, so it's just a beautiful talaga naman, no? Di ba minsan lang to? Ayan, di ba? So, wala kasi akong technical ngayon, di ba? So,
The
it's a
rest is.
beautiful thing. Oo,
Mm.
may walang mga directorial dyan. So, um, I think I want that moment that people understand that what we do is really for the tribe to feel
Mm.
love.
Mm-mm.
Yun. And ako, yun yung beauty natin, coach. I think we got it from the CEO and the founder of the institute. I've been into business, a handful of businesses in my entire life. This is my third decades in the industry. So matanda na ako, no? So but I've never been in the business partnership where the persons really authentically operate and love. And so even if we got things, have to discuss and all, it's very simple. Do we
Mm.
operate in love? Do we advance love? Do we show love to people? If
Mm.
the answer is yes, why aren't we doing it? So ganun lang kami kasimple mag-usap na dalawa. And if like, for example, there are things that we don't get to agree on, which alam mo yon, pero napakasimple lang kasi namin hindi mag-agree eh. Parang sobrang konti lang and most of the time I would realize kasi ano lang siya, lost in translation. Kasi nga, iba silang mag-English eh, di ba? Iba yung mga English niya, iba din yung English ko, tapos may mga slang-slang din siya. So,
Oo.
minsan yung mga slang niya, 'Di ba? Eh, medyo pumapanting yung
Oo.
tenga mo, 'di ba? But if you learn, I've been working for over 2 years, I pull back and say, oh my goodness, it's just, and medyo natuto na ako. Meron din palang translation yan sa sa Google. So, sometimes I would realize, oh my gosh, it's just like a common, and then she also learned. So now when she gives something and I keep quiet, she will explain, okay, in our term, sister, it is a compliment. Oh my God, it's a compliment pala. So, wala eh. And
Yun.
imagine being in a lifetime, meeting somebody ganon, having that relationship and
Yeah.
having people like you, trusting, wala na coach eh. Parang kung umuwi ako tomorrow, tapos na talaga yung laban. So parang ano lang po siya talaga. Every day is a bonus to live life and give an opportunity for people to copy. And lagi ko binibilin to. If anything happens to me, there is so much treasure in my laptop. Please use everything in the laptop. Make use of it. Kung hindi ko pa yan nailabas sa inyo, like talk to my daughter, talk to my children, they'll be very, very willing to help you out. So, ang ganda lang po maging life coach. Kaya nga, nananawagan talaga kami. So, like ko sinasabi, hindi kami nagbebenta, pero nananawagan talaga kami. Because, let me take also this opportunity. After the COVID-19, you're gonna go back to the front stage, if that is your front stage. Or you're gonna go back to your own respective scenes, right? When you go back, you need a new skill sets, okay, to be able to respond to your new roles. And it saddened me because there are people in the international community sending me messages of closure of their companies. Because I do consultancy business. So there are people in the business world who would send me messages, and I would see that in our thread that they're closing business. I've been telling you to learn life coaching. Have you really listened to me? And of course, I will still tell them now. I mean, come on, hop in there. Let's talk about life coaching. Let's do collaborations. But that's the very beauty coach that right now, all of you out there, change agents, yung katabi mo, yung kapitbahay mo, they will need a life coach. And we are just 269, including myself. So how can we serve the whole country and the whole world? We cannot. So we need to teach these people the skills. We need to duplicate ourselves, but we cannot duplicate ourselves if we are so selfish. Right? So the life coaching will stretch your heart to be a better version of yourself. Not perfect, okay? But every day, ano lang, jump lang. Pag mali, edi ulit-ulit. Pag hindi ulit-ulit. Di ba? Rehearsal eh. Di ka pa naman pinapauwi eh. Di ba? Hashtag, rehearsal.
Yeah.
Di mag-rehearsal ako ulit bukas. Ganun lang naman yung mga director, nagagalit. Di sorry direct, bukas ulit. Ganun lang. I mean, in setter. So,
Right.
pag nagagalit, may mga direktor na nagmumura, di ba? So, ako sinasabi ko lang sa mga direktor, alam mo, Direk, ang ingay-ingay mo, sulat mo kaya, ganon. Sinasabi ko sa direktor, mareklamo din ako eh. Di ba? So, but, siya gina. Di tumayo ka ulit, bukas. Malay mo bukas, perfect na. Pero alam mo, kahit perfect ka sa rehearsal, pag final na, ay naku, nasablay ka pa din.
True.
Diba? So, paglabas mo dun, lalo na perfect ka, yung katabi mo naman, sumablay. Di ba? Hindi nag-intro ng music. Tapos alam mo na yung director, nagagalit. Si Direk nagmumura, pero show must go on, di ba? Buti hindi mo naman nakikita yung mga tao. So, life is really a real stage.
Buti na lang may liwanag, no? Hindi mo makita masyado yung mukha ng mga tao.
Oo, na-appreciate ko yung lighting. Trust me, na-appreciate ko yun pagka gano'n. Yung pag nagkakamali kami, buti na lang may lighting, hindi ko nakikita yung mga nakasimangot. Pero humanda ka kasi pag curtain call, baka hindi tumayo, ibuka pa, di ba? Diyos ko, pagka nagkamali, kung nagtaka lumabas, baka magbu sila. Pero I've learned in theater that dati alam mo, theater lang yun, ngayon theater, di ba? Whatever, basta ganun siya. You know one thing I learned? When you show up and show your heart, alam mo, kahit nagkakamali ka, pumapalakpak sila. Alam mo yung tatayo ka ulit, tapos kahit alam nilang talagang nagkamali kang bonggang-bongga, tuwang-tuwa sila sa'yo kasi bumangon.
Right.
Minsan nga ganun eh. Kasi yung talagang I had one show na sobrang bloopers talaga isang kasama. As in talagang bloopers talaga. Talagang for some reason na blackout siya. Tapos, it was like, alam mo yung sobrang tahimik. But she was able to pick up herself after some time. Like, she pick her up. And she was the last one to get out on stage. And when she got out, like everybody was just on standing ovation, just telling her, like, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. You did it well. So,
Mm-hmm.
ganun lang yung buhay. Huwag nyo na masyadong gawing komplikado.
Yes, thank you, Master Coach A. At dahil narinig ka ng sister mo na si Master Coach Lakendra,
Ay,
di ba
nandiyan yung sister ko, I love.
Right.
nag-online siya
Uy, madaling araw sa kanila, I love it. Anong oras ngayon? 4, about 5?
Wow.
So, mga 3
4.
a.m. lang sa kanya. She told me that she asked the husband to have an alarm clock to alarm it. So, nakinig yan.
No.
Hi. Love ko yan eh. Okay. Anong tanong?
Question niya is, question to the panel. What position will you play? How will you show up when this is over in your coaching ministry?
Oh, so Coach Audrey. Ayan na,
Yes,
yung role
Coach
pa rin.
Audrey.
Yan pa rin yung tinatanong kanina, Coach
Right.
TJ eh. Oo, anong
Yeah,
role?
diba?
Mm-mm.
Ayan.
What
Sabi niya,
position will
what
you
position
play?
will you play? How will you
And
show
Yeah.
how
up
will you
when
show up
they...
when this is
Okay.
over in your
So,
coaching
sorry.
ministry?
Sobrang dami kasing insight kanina na share ni Master Coach A. Ano-ano nga yung mga ano na yun, mga position na yun na ano
Ah,
kanina.
may
So,
nawala si Coach Rizel. May front of stage, may
Yes.
choreographer, may musical director.
director, choreographer,
Yeah.
dancers,
Yeah, may
actors,
carpentry.
singers, yeah.
Yeah. And then may
Yan.
makeup artist. Cute yung makeup artist
Mm.
na yan. Tsaka costume attendant.
Ayan.
Yeah.
So, nawala yung question. What role? Ako, I would
What
probably
role?
do the role. Okay. I would probably do the role of a makeup artist.
Mm.
Ayan. So, I wanna take that role. And how will you show up when
How
this
will
is
you show
over
up when
in
this is
your
over?
coaching ministry? Ako, very timely din yung question ni Coach Lakendra when it comes to how will I show up in my coaching ministry, since I've been handling ladies as well in our discipleship group.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
I've been doing
Mm-hmm.
training as a profession naman. So,
Mm-hmm.
basically, this is something na ako, I would relate it to makeup artist. Siguro, I would relate it to an art. Okay, it's an
Mm-hmm.
art and creativity. Creativity on how can we be creative in terms of learning from, imagine mo, sabi nga nila, it will be extended pa for, hindi pa naman siya sure, pero there's
Yeah.
a big possibility that the lockdown might be extended for another 15 days. So,
Mm.
I think one of the challenges that people encountered as well during the lockdown is the transition period eh. Because no one is prepared on
Yeah.
how are they going to shift their lifestyle from, let's say,
Right.
if you're an active person and then you feel like you're a prisoner in your own home. You have the money, you have the resources, you have the purchasing power, but
Mm-hmm.
all the
Mm.
power that you currently have is useless. So you
Yeah.
are very restricted. So when it comes to creativity, it's more of what are the things that we can learn from those area in our lives, and how can we put it back in a way that it will we will benefit from it. So
Mm.
I think I can use the skill, diba, the life coaching skill that
Mm-hmm.
I've learned from Master Coach A, and then from other resources as well, to really impart with the people around me within the area of my influence, and to be creative. So
Yeah.
sabi nga ni Master Coach, if you didn't well, then just move on. Although of
Mm-hmm.
course there are people na hindi ganun kabilis yung pag-accept nila, but then at the end of the day, dun siguro tayo papasok na as a life coach. How can we help
Mm.
them in a way of
Mm.
processing?
Mm-hmm.
How can we help them in a way of helping them to shift and change their perspective, that even though they probably experienced not so good during that pandemic, there's really
Mm.
something that we can learn from it. There's really something that
Yes.
we can turn things into a beautiful experience,
That's
into
right.
a
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
beautiful life that we want us to have in the future. Because basically, sabi ko nga nung last time, I think to sa Coach Connect yun, wala kasi tayong na-experience sa generation natin na yung sobrang medyo nerve-wracking talaga
Yeah.
na let's say sa
Mm.
mga ancestors natin, they experience World War I, World War II, well, anything na, alam mo yun, we just read sa book. Pero ngayon, sobrang, ito yung parang nakapagpawindang talaga ng mundo natin na
Mm.
Mm.
possible pala na mangyari yung ganito. Possible
Correct.
pala
Mm.
yung mangyari to na regardless of your social status, we are all equal. Regardless
That's
if you are
right.
living in a
Yeah.
first world country, regardless if you are living in a third world country, that little microorganism can hit everyone na wala siyang
Mm.
pinipili. Regardless if you're one of the famous person, regardless if you are a scavenger, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
there's really something that we can learn from it. And I think that yung pagiging creative, it is something that we can bring doon sa community natin as a life coach. Yung pagiging creative natin, yung pagiging yung experience natin, a purposeful experience natin with the tribe that we are doing sa life coaching community. This is something that we
Mm.
can bring. We can bring for
Mhm.
those people who have no idea how life coaching can really impact their lives. So ako, I
Mm.
will bank on that. And how can I use that experience? How can I use that a life coaching, a heart of a life coach, and then the
Mm.
skills of a life coach that I've learned to bring it to the community and the people within my area of influence.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Coach Audrey. Master Coach,
Ganda
what
talaga 'tong mga
role?
tanong na 'to.
Right.
Um, musical, I'll go for musical director. Because the musical director serves as a conduit. It sets the tempo, and you needed to understand what is required of the producer, what the producer wants to see, what the
Mm.
direction of the director, what the script writer calls for. And you talk to the lower and to the upper, like you talk to everyone to ensure that your music sets the tone. Now
Yeah.
during the real show, it's kind of different because you needed to understand if the choices of your music and how you set the directions of the show captured your audience. It's a very intricate role where you needed to understand your resources, how you can maximize them, and serve how you can optimize it and serve the people. So you need to visualize what your people, the audience, needs to have. So
Mm.
it's interesting, right? So I don't sing, yeah. So but you know what? Way back, I am a soprano. Okay, so we have musical contests before, and we won. So
Mm.
but nowadays I don't. Well, of course, I'm married to someone who sings very well, so that's why. Alam mo yan, pag natabunan ka na maraming kumakanta, hindi ka na rin magaling kumanta. You know what? But
Oh.
so anyhow, so I kind of you don't have to sing, but I understand, and I think in also in the way I do my coaching, that's how I show up. Like I look into where my client is right now, where what dance, what music can my
Mm.
client know. I mean, tingnan mo naman kung iba yung genre ng
Mm.
client mo. If your client is on a different genre
Mm.
and she is
Mm.
on a space where it's a different genre, you just imagine if everyone is on jazz and your client is on R&B, you just imagine, and that alone creates a lot of tensions. And when you're able to explain that to your client, so that's why I'm a proponent, and I explain a lot about ecology. That's where I got
Mm.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
so you might not be the wrong person, they might not be the wrong people. It's just that you are in a space where you both cannot live and survive.
Yeah.
Maybe if you meet in another space, you operate in a different space, you guys can really connect, right? So
Mm.
it's really it's really the musical scoring that would allow the whole show to flow.
Mm.
And it's just like a role that you might take a back seat, like for example when everything is set, you take the back seat. But here,
Mm.
when it's rolling, oh my goodness, your musical director would have to be very keen with everything that's happening. Otherwise, that's it. So you have your
Mm.
pianist, you have the one who do violin, you have the, imagine if it's a live show, like all the coordinations make sense. So that's the way I do with my coaching community, with my clients, or people who respond to me right now. Like interesting, when people come to me right now, the first question I would ask is this COVID related? because I
Mm-mm.
kind of think that everybody would come to you for COVID related thing, right? Now,
Mm-mm.
Mm.
here's interesting enough. Interesting enough, I haven't received any COVID related case.
Mm.
Not at all.
Mm.
Wow.
Although
Mm.
nothing, okay? But although there was just like, coach, I'm having a panic. Which is my to me is my normal thing because that's my advocacy. Which I said, I'm grateful because I have a lower rate of suicide cases right now, but I have more of uh, depression and anxiety, which is really good than the suicide. So that's better for me. I'm not saying it, I'm
Mm.
not downplaying it, okay? But I'm saying it's
Mm-mm.
better because people are not committing suicide now because a lot of people are taking care of them. So I don't have to worry with
Yeah.
my clients because all the family members are there in the house, all right? So
Mm.
it's kind of what is the music that is
Mm.
then can attribute and can
Right.
promote a positive result in your life. Let me start with that. So I don't want to
Mm.
go on any highfalutin results because sometimes you don't get the results yet when you're not ready. And remember, music can
Mm.
like slow down the people, right? So like slow it down, slow it down, slow it down until you're
Mm.
ready. Then we start boom, beat up. So I think that's where the creativity of our profession comes in.
Yeah.
Science, because you know that when you do this is a certain amount. So to me, it's a musical director scoring that put it off the whole thing for me. Exciting. Well,
Mm.
because I think I'm into directorial and the script writing thing. So I'm happy with that. Other than, acting. Okay. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's the role that I will give justice. Lighting or forget it. It's so tough. Makeup, it's so long. It's very
Mm.
Mm.
like you will have to go there and right after the show they just wash it off. You just imagine that. So no, I
Mm.
mean that's I think where I will do better and I give justice.
Yes. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Master Coach A. So
Thank you.
may comment din si Master Coach Lakendra, no? Babasahin ko po. And for those people and our fellow coaches that is currently online right now, please share what kind of
Yeah.
role you want to play moving forward. So,
Mm.
before Coach KJ will, I don't know, will ask her final question, let me read all the messages, overwhelming
Wow.
comments here, no? To acknowledge our fellow coaches who are currently in tune with us. So again, this is Global Virtual Coaching Summit Part 2, 40 change agents, 40 transformational messages, 40 hours of non-stop learning.
Mm.
Please visit YouTube channel Coach A and Coach A I Connect for you to
Connect.
be able to align with the 40 messages that we had for the past 2 days. Okay, moving forward, ang sabi ni Master
Yes.
Coach Lakendra, nope, I can't dance, but I can visualize movement. And I can evoke the passion in music with
Music.
music. It's who I am now, but magnified.
Wow.
Yes, Master
Wow.
I
Coach.
agree.
Let's go
Yeah.
dancing in one tune.
Yeah.
And she said, I would be a choreographer. I love the option to be free.
Free.
Yeah. That's why
And
we work
then,
together.
yeah, being free,
Yeah.
that freedom. So, Master Coach Lakendra is also encouraging all the certified life coaches that is currently tuning in. All coaches
Mm-hmm.
present here should choose a new role and
Mm.
develop your new skills, new
Yes. Yes.
discipline, a new character to enhance your current heart space. Don't be afraid of your position.
Mm-hmm.
Yon.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have one
Galing.
from Coach Faye. Hello, Coach Faye, Master Coach Adet Porto. Grateful for the many countless things you have done for all of us. All right. And then
Wow.
we have Coach Sherry online. Hi, Coach Sherry. Maraming salamat
We
po
miss
sa
you
iyong
here.
meaningful message a while ago. So sabi niya,
Mm.
thank you, Master Coach A.
Yeah. Thank you for
All right.
singing for us.
Oo, ganda ng boses ni Coach. Thank you,
Goosebumps.
Coach.
Lalo ko
Goosebumps.
tuloy naalala yung setter kanina. Sabi ko, to na nga ba eh. Talagang babalik tayo sa setter nito.
Ang
Oo, di ba po?
ganda-ganda.
Oo,
Heartfelt.
prepare. Totoo,
Yeah.
totoo.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Coach
So,
KJ?
You
yes, for
KJ, you're
my
doing a great
final.
job.
Thank you, coach. Thank
I'm
you,
so
coach.
No.
proud.
Coming from you. Coming from you, that's big. That's huge. All right. My final question to the coaches, to the master coaches. What is your message to our fellow change agents today? Coach Audrey, would you like to go first?
Okay. Sige. My personal message for my fellow life coaches in the tribe, of course, let's continue. Let's continue with what we've started. So we started a race. So some of
Yeah.
us probably just, alam mo yon, meron tayong na prioritize na other stuff. And it's not
Mm.
wrong. 'Di ba? It's just a
Mm,
matter of meron siguro tayong kailangang unahin, or there's something that we really need to attend to, besides the life coaching that we did in the past. Pero yun, the mere fact that we invested to have that certification, there's really something in our heart. And I hope that that is something that we should take care of, we should protect, na no matter what happened, even though there are some challenges that we encounter personally, there are some, sabihin na natin, pitfalls that probably hold us back for a while to move forward with what's really in our heart.
mm,
I hope that we can continue and really finish the race in the journey of life coaching. So, hindi siya paunahan, hindi siya yung pabilisan din. Because every obstacle that we might encounter with our life coaching journey, those are unique. And there's no, wala siyang pareho eh. We have a unique and different journey as a life coaches. And that is something that we can really bank on to become better and better and better with
mm.
the life coaching, with our life coaching profession. So
That's right.
I hope and I really encourage as well our fellow coaches from batch 1. So I'm not sure
Mm.
kung ano na yung kung ano na yung batch number ngayon ng ano, kasi
39.
kami yung nag 39 na, so sobrang ano na, so
Wow.
imagine mo
40 na yung
38
kasunod.
30
Oo. 40,
38
batch 1
batches.
to
Wow.
39. No, 39 batches na coach. Pang 40 na yung kasunod.
Grabe, oh yun. So, ang dami, there are a lot of people who really needs help, especially with what's going
Yeah.
on right now. And I think if we are doubting ourselves, if life coaching is really for us, I think
Mm,
it's about time and to go back first and foremost, nung time that we make a
Said yes.
decision, that we made a choice that I want the certification because I want to become professional with this life coaching profession. Because sometimes sa sobrang dami na nangyayari, we tend to forget who we really are, what we really want, and our identity. So, it's very important talaga na we go back to our why. Why are we
Yeah.
doing life coaching?
Say.
What's in it for me? 'Di ba? It's very important to really go back to our heart on the things that we really want to do. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us eh. It's not about what we can do, but it's all about accomplishing the purpose that was entrusted to us. Kasi if we didn't really protect that purpose that was given and entrusted to us, sooner or later, it will be lost. Alam mo yun, mabibisi
Yeah.
tayo sa maraming bagay, and then eventually,
Bagay.
even ourselves, we might not be able to check, hindi na rin tayo magkakaroon ng self-inventory na sino ba talaga ako?
mm,
Sino ba
Correct.
talaga ako? So, it's very important that we have to go back to the main reason why we embark on this journey of life coaching. So I think it's about time. Wala tayo may reason out na wala akong time eh. Kasi we have all the time at this point.
Yes,
Yung iba
that's
nga
right. That's right.
naghahanap ng paano ko i-consume yung 24 hours ko besides watching Netflix, besides sleeping, besides eating. So I think this is the right time for us. God is giving us yung enough time to really think of our identity, to really go back to who we really are. in the eyes of our creator. So that at the end of
That's
the
right.
day, sasabi nga, pag tinawag na tayo, if the director really calls our attention and it's about time na, anak, this is the right time na talaga, we would be able to
Curtain
really say
call.
to our director na, yes, director, yes, direct, I was able to perform efficiently,
Right.
effectively the role that you've entrusted in me, regardless if we are on a backstage or if we are on a front stage.
Mm, that's beautiful. Thank you, Coach Audrey. Master
Thank
Coach
you, Coach.
A, your
You have a home. You
message.
have a home. Yeah, you have a home. Um, Pardon this, but shit happens in every person's life. You don't um you don't know how much we love you, how much we care for you, how much we honor your trust. Like I am one person who honors trust. Like above all else, when you trust me with your money, when you trust the, like you don't know the institute, you don't know Master Coach Lakendra, you haven't seen the institute in the US, and you trusted me. You don't know me. Most of you don't know me, and you trusted me. And I am one person who appreciate, honors, and treasure trust more than anything
Mm,
else. So, like you are not a number to me. I mean, like Coach Rizels knows that. And if you ask me what else do I want, really, I want more time because I want more time to be able to message all of you personally, which I don't get to do a lot. So, like for 268, imagine if I just message one or two every day before I get to rotate. And I do messaging. And I do message. I message it like from the heart. I don't have a copy and paste. I don't have a virtual. So you matter. You matter. And I just want you to come from a space where you would accept that you miss us. Alam mo yung ganon? Uh, you miss us because you will always be part of us. Alam mo kahit ako I never been to my alma mater, never been to UP, I've never been to St. Joseph's College, but there would always be a peace in my heart when I pass by the school. I miss the school. I miss those moments. And if there are people that I get, I know if only I drop in and there's people in the admin, in the dean's office, if my dean would still be there, like I want to hop in and like, hi dean, and just say hello dean. But I've grown so old, but I remember still my, those things. So I I know your heart remember. Whatever happens here in the brain, there is an emotional brain that causes you to remember that you and I met. And you know that. So your mind would, tells you a lot of stupid things and bullshit at a certain point in time when you feel offended, hurt, uh, hindi ka masyadong napansin, whatever it is, and you feel that you don't have a space. Uh, but you know how you felt when you
mm,
were in my class. And you know how you felt when you messaged me personally. Because I believe no one of you will tell me that when you message, I don't respond. I do. As much as possible, I do it like boom, I'll respond to you. So your heart can remember. So take it off, take it off. I mean, tomorrow may never come to all of us. So please come home. Come home. Like you don't even have to come visit physically because we don't have a space right now. We go virtually.
mm,
Accept our invitations for reconnections. If there are offense in your heart, release it in forgiveness. We apologize in behalf of the people who offended you. If I offended you in any way, because the director always does, then forgive me. But I'm coming from a space of love. Come home. You have a home. Yeah, we love you so much. We miss you. We miss you. Truly, truly. Uuwi na nga lang tayo, hindi pa tayo magkaayos-ayos. Ano ba naman yan? I mean, ako lang naman yan. Ako lang naman. Yeah.
mm. Thank you,
Yeah.
Master Coach A. I can attest to that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
Coach KJ,
personally
right?
attest to that. May
Um,
home, may
nala,
home, yes.
naalala ni Coach KJ bigla.
And
Yes,
we
di
don't
ba?
we don't really interrogate where you've been. We don't really ask. We
Yeah,
don't really ask
yeah.
what happened to you. We don't
Mm,
even put a face on you. And we are
mm,
now a tribe of 268. So they don't
Yeah.
really know your story. You just come up
Yeah.
and yeah, I'm from batch ganito, and they talk over.
Mhm.
And if personally you haven't received a message from me during this season, I'm sure you know that there are people reaching out to you. So sa mga naghihintay po na si Coach A
Yeah.
ang mag-message, I'm trying. Trust me, I'm trying. Kulang lang talaga eh, kulang lang talaga. Pero I
Mhm.
appreciate it that people wants me. Meron kasi iba hindi sasagot pag hindi si Coach A. So, but you know what? These people who's messaging you, they're not paid. 'Di ba? Then they're helping
Mm.
out and they come it from their
Yeah.
heart. And I think to all of you who's the 39, the 37 from Manila who really pitch in, you know that they're really willing to help. So kung hindi po si
Yes.
Coach A yung kausap nyo, don't feel bad. Andito lang naman talaga
Mm.
ano lang po, marami lang po tayong inaasikaso sa kabuhayan natin para umangat ang ating propesyon. Dahil pagbabalik natin, pagkatapos po ng COVID, mas marami po kayong dapat gawin. Mabasa, yun po talaga yun.
All right.
Yes.
Alright,
So,
you've
Thank you
done a
so
great
much,
job, both of
Master
you.
Coach A. Thank you so much for
thank
that
Coach
message.
Audrey,
you. Thank
congratulations.
you.
Thank you,
Thank you
So
so
Coach.
much.
before we officially wrap up, no, kailangan ko lang, ah, sana si Master Coach ay.
Ay, andito po ako.
Kailangan ko
Sorry
lang
po.
ay, yun.
Ang
Sa
dami
connection.
nagme-message. No?
Oo nga eh. So, kailangan nating i-acknowledge kasi magaganda yung mga messages nila before we will do our love bomb boom. So, yung mga life coaches natin online, no, pwede ding makisabay kung saan ka man naroroon, no. May the force be with us all. Pwede kang tumayo at mag-ready na para sa love
Mm.
bomb boom natin. Sabay-sabay. So, before we will do that, again, thank you, Coach Audrey. Thank you, Master Coach A. Indeed, we feel your heart about
Yes.
home, about missing them, no?
Yeah.
And maraming salamat for that vulnerability, allowing them to remember how it feels like when you are at home. Now,
Yeah.
maraming salamat sa 40 change agents natin for
Yeah.
the 40 transformational messages and 40 hours of non-stop learning. So maraming salamat din sa core team na nag-assist kay Master Coach A. Maraming salamat kay Ishi at kay
Yeah,
Coach
to
Mm.
Will. Iba talaga
Ishi.
sila, no? No, Ishi na wala
Yeah,
pang
Coach
tulog.
Orville, Coach
Yeah.
Ishi, barely sleep for 40 hours. Thank you to my daughter. She's
Oh,
out there. Yeah.
yes, thank you, Ishi. So now I will read the messages here before we will end. So I have here Coach Harry. My message to our fellow coaches: if we want to
To
transform lives,
transform lives
let's start
Mm.
with
with
ourselves. Go through transformation because it's the heart that speaks and makes wonders in life coaching. This is our core. We can, we will, we are.
We are.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, fellow coaches and Master Coach A.
Right. Thank you so much,
Yon.
Coach Shari, for that message.
Yes, and we have one from Coach Faye. The mind might forget, but the heart never forgets.
that's right.
Thank
Wow.
you, Coach
That's right.
Faye.
Mm.
And we
That's
have
right.
one from Master Coach Kendra. I love you, Master Coach A, my sister and soul sister. I love you all. May God bless you all. I am also here for you. We are one family, one tribe. Come home. Okay.
All
All
right.
right. So thank
Thank
you
you
so
so much.
much. Now let's prepare for our very exciting love and boom. Okay. So
Yay!
let's do it for 3 times. And to all our fellow
Wow.
coaches online right now, we invite you to take a stand and do
Join
it
with
with
us.
us. Yeah, the important thing is we are one in spirit. Okay. Let's do this for 3 times. Are we all ready? Okay,
Yeah.
ramdam ko ready na po sila. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go! Love bam
Love
Love
boom!
bam
bam
boom.
Bam
Love
boom!
bam boom.
boom.
Love bam boom!
Love
Love
bam
Love
bam
bam
boom.
boom!
boom.
Thank
Love
you!
bam
And this
boom.
close our Global
Thank
Virtual Coaching
you.
Summit Part 2.
Thank
Bye-bye!
Thank you.
you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Bye.
you! Thank you, everyone!
Sabi mo si Coach K, i-standby.
Hello.
Hello! Hello,
Hello.
coaches!
Kompleto naman sila. Andiyan si Kay Sabala.
Ay, nawala.
Si Kay yung wala. Hello?
Hmm.
Wala si Kay.
Hello.
Hello
Si
po.
Coach K nasa backdrop. Okay? Coach K, nandyan ka. Babay, papasukin natin si Coach K para sa ano. So, unahin muna natin kayo. Congratulations. Maraming maraming pong salamat. Okay? Sige. To everyone watching, we're coming back. So, actually, we've finished. This is our 42nd hour. Okay? So,
Yes.
nakatapos na po tayo ng 41st. This is the 42nd hour. Okay? And we're just coming back to just do a recap and just do a little bit earlier before that segment 10. The coaches came in, had their highlights, and we had a couple of things to say. But I want to come back and with all of you here, team, and I want to, number one, thank you so much for really holding the rope, doing this. We finished 40. Okay, 40 hours. We're done with our commitment. Maraming maraming salamat. Isha is not, she's there. She's not doing the technical. Okay, I'm not sure. She's not been sleeping for almost 40 hours together with Coach
Mhm.
Bill. So medyo, but Ishi and Coach Orville, maraming maraming pong salamat
Yes.
for holding the rope. Congratulations. I don't know exactly how you did it at the back end, but you've done a great job. So, Coach Bill, mauna ka na. Go!
Hello po. Ayun, good afternoon to all the viewers. It's paano ba? Katulad ng sabi ko kanina na hindi yung season na to, yung the COVID, naging busy rin naman marami pa rin ginawa. But then the very first thing, the word na naalala ko is, this season for me is like a sandbox. Sandbox wherein na parang like with all my excuses before, okay, ayan, may time ka na. Ayan, you have the team. Now you have the tribe. You have the team. Yun yung may makasama ka. So what else ang kailangan mo? That's something na nare-receive ko from God since
Yeah,
nung
that's right.
I said yes doing the job. And God is faithful. The journey, lahat sabay-sabay along with my contract with Coach Pastor Alan and the I would get nakakaiyak lang talaga. But masaya. I'm really happy and ayun, thank you rin kay Ishi. Of course, Ishi is there talaga na nag-support. Talaga si Ishi yung ano natin sa back end. But yun, congrats ako personal, congrats kay Ishi. And 10 years later, kapag maalala ko to, I would say the total shift of me is really me saying yes boldly and intentionally of what I am called to do. Yan. Year 2020 COVID-19 will ano yan, nakatatak yan sa puso ko. Yan. Out of word, I am very joyful right now. Yan, thank you.
Yeah, so highlights mo kuya, Coach Bill. Ayan,
yeah,
Master, sabi
highlight.
ng ni Ishi. Okay.
Sorry. The highlights is the technical tech side. Ang pinaka-highlights ko ngayon, the tech side, paano natawid. Ishi, kaya sobrang napapasalamat kay Ishi. Siya talaga yung parang pinaka naggumawa na I was amazed kung paano niya diniskartehan at paano rin yung nagja-jive. Kunyari, ito yung kaya kong, meron yung bagay hindi niya kayang gawin, tapos sakto kaya ko siyang gawin. Tapos, yung, ang tawag kasi dito, yung hosting kanina umaga. For very first time na parang ano naman secretly yearning, katulad ng interview ko before, secretly yearning talaga yon na gusto ko yung nag-interview like at a talk show host na parang like being me talking, asking powerfully, like no inhibitions at all. Masaya kaya tapos yung iba pa talaga kapag yung mindset mo is really, paano ko kaya papalabasin yung message nung kakausapin ko? Like, yun lang. Like, it doesn't matter kung how am I really performing very well. Of course, meron yun up and the side. But then, one thing, paano ko papalabasin yung authentic na message nung kausap ko. And yun yung pinaka highlights ko, yung pinaka natutunan ko. At nasabi ko, it's a sandbox. Nagkaroon talaga ako ng chance to do them all at once sa virtual coaching summit 2. That's the highlights. And then yun yung kanina yung the insights ko, yun yung sa akin. Ano pa ba? 40 speakers, powerful. Pinaka tumatak sa akin is ano nga ba to? Yung kay coach, sino nga ba to? Basta yung maybe sabi niya there's healing in helping. May ganun, may ganun ako narinig. I forgot sino yung coach niya, but there's a healing in helping, and it's been a while me doing something na hindi lang siya directly to me na talagang may involved na ibang tao. I'm really, parang nasanay ako na akin lang, ako lang, kapag lang na okay ako, okay lang. But then iba nun, kapag na-stretch na stretch yun na, palabas na, tumutulong ka na, napipil mo
Yeah,
na
that's
yung
right.
and yun, there's a healing in helping for some reason. There's something
There's
na
healing
nangyayari.
in helping, that's right.
Nasa sa puso ko talaga na, ang cute, ang sarap sa feeling. May kilig mo, kilig talaga, may kilig factor na, sarap pala sa feeling. Ang sarap pala sa feeling. Yun po. Maraming salamat sa chance. Yun po yung sa akin, Coach Bill.
Okay, thank you, Coach Bill. Okay, so ipapasok namin si Coach Candy, si Coach K Sabala. Si Candy nandito na, no? Si Coach K, si Ishi, if she wants to come in, no, after. Okay, go. Hi, K. Okay, so, sino lang gusto magsalita? Sige. Magtitigan tayo dito.
Ako na daw po. Narinig niyo po ba kami?
Yes, Coach Sean. Coach Tin, thank you so much. The opening team of segment 1. Tama, no? Segment 1. Good. Okay po.
For me, it has been a wonderful journey. Oo nga, it's not easy. It's challenging, pero it's so fulfilling afterwards. You get to see the people, the speakers sharing their stories, sharing their hearts, sharing their insights. Kasi yung fulfillment if they're able to express themselves and freely have the opportunity to be themselves. Ang ganda nung mga nangyayari. Plus the team as well has been ang laking bagay din. Yun, si Ishi. Thank you, Ishi, and Coach Bill.
Si Master E at si Master O.
For stretching with the transitions, the technical stuff, the back end. Ang laking bagay yun. It was seamless dun sa mga transition. And I think yun yung ko talaga dun, stretching din sa akin, especially with the lack of sleep, alam mo yun. Pero masaya siya. Sobrang masaya siya. Kahit minsan napipikit-pikit ka na, pero kaya pa bangon pa ulit tayo. So yun po sa akin.
Okay, Coach Tin?
Mine, it was really stretching pero fulfilling nung natapos na. Nakita mo yung journey ng bawat coaches, especially yung mga speakers, they really shine na parang kaya naman pala nilang ilabas yung voice nila. Pero
that's right.
Natatakot silang gawin yun. Pero this time that they were given the platform, they were really able to share their message. And it was really at times challenging din because you have to really connect their talks to the take-off point. Pero alam mo yung story kasi nila yun na hindi pwedeng mawala. Pero andun kasi yung lesson on how you can connect it to the take-off point. So, challenging na masaya. Because I was, nakita natin kung paano pala kayang i-shift. Kaya siya #CoronaShift. So yun.
That's right. Okay.
Kay Coach Orville and kay Ishi, talagang yung support na binigay sa back-end. Yun po.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Okay, anong tumatak? Si Coach Orville, meron siya tumatak kanina, Coach Tin and Coach Sean. Si Coach Orville is helping is healing, diba? Kayo po?
Ako yung kay Master Coach Kendra, yung 3 stories of faith.
Yeah.
Sobrang, talaga yung story na yun, na parang pag tinignan mo, nung una, parang wala siyang, parang story lang siya. But the way she narrated it and she was able to give a different meaning or a different shift. Na-shift niya yun into parang from a Bible
powerful
perspective
story
to yung maiintindihan ng ordinaryong tao.
That's right. Good.
Ang ganda ng pagka-shift niya doon. So, tumatak talaga sa akin yung 3 stories na yun.
Sa akin, dulo din.
Coach.
Kay Master Coach Lakendra, yung faith na very significant. Tapos yung ending, yung sa'yo. Kasi yun yung paniniwala mo sa taas, tapos sa'yo call to action.
Sa'yo yung action naman, parang, ay, wait lang.
Kaya,
nag-usap pa sila, sabi nila, hindi sila connected.
Hindi. Yeah, okay, great. Master Coach Jasmine? Master Coach?
Yes, so ayan, medyo nawawala na po yung net ko. So,
kaya nga unahin na kita, baka mawala ako, Master Coach. Master Coach?
Oo, baka
Ayan,
mawala
nawala
po
si
ako,
Master
ano.
Coach.
So,
Oo, bago
eto,
ka tanggalin, Master
hello.
Coach, mauna ka na. Master Coach, go ahead po.
Yes, for me, of course. Yes po, hello. I'm
Yes,
here.
Master Coach. Yeah.
Yung data po ata si Master Coach Hasmin.
Ayan,
Puputol-putol.
bumalik.
Ayan na. Okay, Master
Ayan.
Coach, go ahead po.
Ayan, I'm back. Hello, 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 hello.
Yes po.
Ayan, so for me po, like, is really seeing the 40 change agents saying yes and rise up to the challenge with 40 transformational message. So yun pa lang po, panalo na po tayo because nag-yes sila. So, and dati kami yun eh. Pero now, sila na yon yung nandyan and saying yes at a very yung season na ito na kailangan ng mensahe po ng mga change agent. So that for me
That's
is
right.
something that it will be very memorable. And second is being a part. It's a privilege and an honor to be part of a history. Ayan, meron na po akong may
Yes.
kukwento sa mga apo ko that I was part of
Meron
a
na.
history. Yes, and that there was a 40 hours in my life and many change na merong mga change agent na tumayo para magbigay ng mensahe of love, hope, and transformation. So that indeed
That's
is
right.
really an honor to be part of a history. And pangatlo po is yun nga na knowing that we have a God that has been really part of this COVID-19 situation na talagang at the end of the day, it's really si God pa din. It's really all about God. Whatever success that we had or whatever wins na meron po lahat, at the end of the day, it will be si God. And of course, kung
Yeah,
ano po
that's
yung
right.
tumatak sa akin is really the message of everyone from start to finish. Lalo na po yung sa inyo, Coach A. And that is my follow-through. My follow-through is to really concretize kung ano talaga yung role ko doon po sa stage, kung ano talaga yon. So that
Oo,
in
sa
order for me to
stage.
fulfill kung ano
O, challenge kayo ni Master Coach Lakendra.
pinapagawa ng ating director.
Oo, challenge mo kayo ni Master Coach Lakendra. Kunin daw po ninyo ang inyong napindot lang po yan. Okay, group natin yan. Challenge mo kayo ni Master Coach Lakendra. What is your the role? Okay, with the whole thing, right? Okay, Coach Ed.
Hello, coaches. So sa akin, again, I receive this summit as a gift. Kung siguro ilalagay ko siya sa mata ng bata, is a childlike gift. Kasi I've seen that in the last 40 hours of what we have, ako personally, the question is yung tatlong bagay lang din sa akin. What is it that I receive in the last 40 hours of this summit? Yun yung lagi kong iniisip, and I'm really processing it now na, okay, what are the things that I'm receiving? And maybe the viewers who's watching would definitely can answer that as well. And yung pangalawa lang po, coaches, is after we know that we have that kind of gift, what we will going to do with that gift? Na parang inisip ko kanina, given the opportunity maging part ng Virtual Coaching Summit Part 1, I know how is it feel to be an artist. Yung ikaw talaga yung pagbumuka yung isang segment, ikaw yung magsasalita. Nung time na yun, I remember myself being so energized, and I never imagined myself being more energized, more helping out, na mas makita natin yung iba-ibang mga coaches natin to be on that stage na parang it's really felt so good na ayusin yung stage for them to be on the draft na parang wow, to see them bloom, and hindi lang po yung normal natin yung hindi na magiging katulad nung dati, but after this, I think your life coaching experience will never be the same way again, and the way you perspective it to be. And last po is, what makes it all worth it is because I know that ako po, talking about IT profession, alam ko po we're using internet as a platform, and ilan lang po tayo nag-view dito, and we can share it to million internet users, but at the end of the day kasi ang ako po ang heart ko dito is for the vulnerable sites na walang internet, na wala po silang work. Doon nagka-cry out yung heart ko ngayon na I think we are all called to have this curtain call at a certain moment, and maybe this is the platform where we can start na maybe right now after this 40 hours you are just an audience and we are just the workers behind, pero katulad po nung sinabi ni Master Coach A, napakalaki po nung stage nating lahat, and this stage can be break down in different spaces and community that we have right now. And yun, yun yung challenge ko naman to everyone, that it is time to really to really express and spread this love, because ang naniniwala ako that yung appreciation is in our DNA. And for those who just tuned in, yung mga bago nagtatanong na nare-responda namin, and we really would like to welcome you in our tribe, and our heart is really to help. Yun lang po. And maraming salamat, coaches, for the I'm really thankful. And yung highlight word ko naman ngayon today na sinabi din ni Master Coach A dun sa last niya is a heart of gratitude results to an act of gratitude. Wala pong iba. Thank you. Thank you, coaches.
Sino ba? Thank you. Okay, Coach K, baka mawala ang signal. Unahin na kita bago yung tatlo dong naghihintay. O, dalawa na lang. Ano nangyari? Coach K.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm really happy, Coach. And una-una gusto ko muna pasalamat kay Coach Orville and kay Ishi. Thank you so much. And actually, alam yun ni Ishi, may mga background music siya na nagme-message kami kasi talagang nakaka-capture niya basta yung mga song choices. So, natutuwa ako doon sa Habang Gising. Pero, yung ultimate talaga is I'm very happy to have been a part of it. Kasi sa akin, itong 40 hours na ginawa natin is really 40 hours of showing up for oneself and others. I wanna capture it in gano'n lang. Kasi kanina, Coach, yun yung tumatak sa akin yung sayo. And this is really very unexpected sa akin kung ano yung tumatak talaga na what will really stick with me. Is that, di ba, Coach A, very visual kasi ako and talagang nagre-respond ako sa yung tumatak talaga sa akin, Coach, that final slide mo doon sa the final curtain call. Yung may angels and everything. Very unexpected sa akin yun. Nag-connect talaga ako doon. And actually, tulala ako kanina after nung talk mo. Tapos, alam mo yun, sobrang powerful niya for me. Pero ikakabit ko kasi siya doon sa na-receive ko doon kay Master Coach Kendra na message. So, yung connection sa akin noon is tumatak yung image na yon of the ultimate, the final curtain call. And habang hinihintay ko, papunta ako doon, I look forward to that. How do I now build my Noah's Ark? And sobrang thank you so much. Really, I'm so thankful to all the fellow coaches and all the 40 change agents po. And kasi nakakatuwa siya kasi ultimately, this is really for the tribe, and di ba para sa tribe to, for the 40 yun sa mga 38 coaches na nag-share, and also for the fellow coaches na who are part of the core team. Sobrang salamat po sa journey na to. Nakakatuwa yung 40 hours na yun. Na-excite din ako kasi may maikukwento na rin ako. And of course, Master Coach A, thank you so much for the opportunity talaga. Sobrang thankful ako. And I'm happy,
thank you for responding.
Kontrabida lang minsan yung internet, but it was fun.
Things happen. Thank you. Okay. Sige, bigyan na natin papugay ang tatlong nasa Decaf Coffee Republic. Kayo na. So, yes? Kayo na po. Hello, Coach Rizel, Coach.
Naka-mute sila.
Ayan. Oo. Kayo na po.
Ayun.
Yun, so good afternoon. I miss you all. So, ayun, nakakamiss kayo lahat. So, yung highlights ko naman, it's more of, una, the person I am becoming in the last 40 hours. Kasi nung sumalang yung opening spiel nung Sunday, in a way, nag-iba din yung, yung movement, no? But this is really a testimony of grace. I am yet to really fully embrace doon sa kaganapan kasi medyo mabilis ang mga transition, but it was a beautiful picture of grace na nakatayo pa rin tayo ngayon, no? Nagkita-kita tayo ngayon. Kahit sa online lang, pero yun. It is really a picture of grace right now. Seeing you, and yung kaninang segment, yun talaga, yung picture now. Yung natutunan ko, it's yung din, yung talk ni Master Coach A. Yung moment ng yung sarado yung kortina, yung sa teatro, yung the curtain call, no? That is about to yung return to the front stage. Iba't ibang rules, pero as long as you are showing up, sabi nga ni Master Coach there will be too many rehearsals. No, yung madaming rehearsals hanggang final show. Then hindi na magsasalita yung director. I-oversee na lang. Kumbaga, tinitignan na lang niya kung paano gumagalaw yung buong show. And then, but it will not stop there kasi as long as we have a life to live. Yun talaga yung nag-capture that this is the stage. Our lives right now is our stage. And thank you so much, fellow coaches, for the privilege to share the stage with you. It's amazing. And with our fellow coaches, yung 40 change agents who provided the community with 40 strong messages. Maraming salamat for your heart to withstand. No? Hindi din biro kinol kayo to action for ilang days. Ilang days na po ba? Ilan lang yun, ilang araw lang yun. So, it doesn't matter Yun yung heart of service nyo, yung pag-yes nyo in spite kung ano din yung mga personal stories nyo. It was never a hindrance by the end of the day. Madaming nangyari in between, but by the end of all that, you still able to show up with your strong message. So, maraming salamat. Indeed, you are all a true change agents. Thank you. Yan po.
Ganda naman. Ano po?
Anong tumatak ni Coach Rizel? Anong tumatak, Coach Rizel, sa'yo?
Yung the curtain call, return the front stage. It's a matter of showing up no matter what will happen.
Yeah, that's right. Good. Who's next?
Ako na po. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Meron akong kodiko para tatlo, the highlight. Para hindi ko malimutan.
Hindi prepared.
The whole 40 hours Global Virtual Coaching Summit 2 is really, in a nutshell, it's a form of an offering to our God. Those 40 hours, it's an offering of sacrifice, Mami, sabihin ko kung bakit. And the three things that the highlights is, nung nangyari yung COVID-19, people began to ask, what about God? Because the COVID-19 is a situation wherein it allowed the people to look back to God, that there is a God who can solve the problem that we have right now. And just like what I've said a while ago, almost all of the topics in those 40 hours, it always pertains to God. So, what about God? This COVID-19, it enabled the people. What about God? And yes, meron tayong Diyos na handa tayong tulungan. And All of those talks na narinig ko, because when we focus towards that, nakita natin yung why did I not see such things? Kasi all of those talks, it leads us to a different perspective to look at the treasures in the trashes, sabi nga ng isang talk, to look at the
Coach Claire.
beauty, the pain, yes, to look at the blessing within this pandemic. So all of those coaching talks, all of those 40 speakers, it leads us to look at the better way and to look in the lens of God. And lastly, the Corona Chef na sinishare niyo po sa amin, Coach A, I really love, sasabihin ko rin yung tumatak sa akin, and yung curtain call, wherein everyone will be acknowledged if they played their own role. Hindi ko kabisado, kung pinapakinggan ko kanina yung talk mo, I was reminded of Matthew 11:16, 17. Sabi ni Jesus, to what can I compare this generation? They are like children sitting in the marketplaces and calling out to others. We played the pipe for you and you did not dance. We sang a dirge and you did not mourn. Sabi ko, Lord, parang ayokong ganon, na parang hindi mo ginawa, hindi namin ginawa or hindi ginawa yung role na dapat meron kami. So back to dun sa curtain call, Coach, lagi nyo sinasabi sa amin yung Corona Chef. And medyo preachy, but in the Bible, there are 5 kinds of crown. Okay? Okay lang mo ba? Sabihin ko? Okay.
Sige po.
And this 5 kinds of crown, yung isa, crown of righteousness, yung isa, incorruptible crown. Of course, yung crown of righteousness, makukuha mo yon pag you lived a righteous life. Yung incorruptible crown, ito yung mga, they lived a well-disciplined life, self-control. Pangatlo, yung crown of life, of course, when your physical body died, you will go there and you will receive this crown. And then yung number 4, yung crown of glory. And I believe not lifting up our position. We certified life coach, teachers, the pastors, the leaders, those who feed the flock of God, they have this crown of glory. Yun yung talagang ibinibigay sa atin. So, maniwala kayo, meron na kayong crown of glory. Sakto, coach, may sombrero ka, it's a crown of glory. Amen? Panglima, crown of rejoicing. Siyempre, ito na yun kapag nagpunta na tayo. Why am I talking about these 5 crowns? It really led me, I was very emotional nung pinakita mo yung huli, yung final curtain call. Yung throne of grace, it's what they call the throne of grace, and bago tayo, I received the word from grace to grace. Kasi our final call, our curtain call, pag humarap tayo sa throne of grace, the very reason na sobrang liwanag ng throne na yon, not only because maliwanag yung nakaupo, but everyone nahaharap doon sa throne of grace na yon, nagbabaw, para sa theater, pag nagbabaw, di ba? For example, nagbabaw, ganyan. In the throne of grace, pag umarap tayo lahat doon, lahat ng corona natin, iaalay natin doon sa totoong worthy ng corona. And that is why corona shift. So again, that is my takeaway and that is my insight, that when that time comes, the final curtain call, how many crowns ang meron tayo, pagdating natin doon, that is where I see the corona shift. The crown that you have given to me, I do not deserve such, and I offer it to the one who deserves that crown, and that is the King who sits on the throne. Thank you, Coach A, and thank you, everyone.
Ang taas eh. Paano ba ito? But masasabi ko, it's actually, for me kasi also, it's grace. So, ano pala tayo, no? Hashtag grace pala tayo. But it's really actually grace. Grace on my part because this is di ba yung sabi nga nila, grace is something that you do not deserve but it was given to you. So, this is how I really saw it. And, this grace na na-receive is really a call to really trust, surrender, and really lower down the pride and submit in humility, di ba? Hindi pala surrender, ayan. Surrender in humility. And across the board with the 40 change agents, with the 40 transformational messages, it's all about trust and surrender and faith. They may have not said directly faith, but I believe kasi coronavirus is something that is out of our control. Sabi nga, it's a place out of our control, and everyone has been saying na you can only control yourself and your responses. And I believe that,
Yes.
ayun, yung pag lower down nun na you accept that you cannot control and yung illusion of control na binababa mo, that means really, it's faith, it's trusting, it's surrendering to God kung sino yung kayang mag-control na yun. So yun po talaga yung nag-resonate sa akin. And ano po, na-touch po talaga ako dun, yung last din po, mangiyak-ngiyak din po talaga because grace is given to you, and what have you been doing with that grace? Kasi diba, we should be stewards of that grace as well. Na it has been imparted to you, so it's also your duty to share it to other people. The grace that you receive, the joy of the grace na nakukuha mo. And ang nagtatak talaga sa akin na message is rise up, and show your heart's message to the world. Because oftentimes, we fear judgment, we fear what other people will think. And tumatago tayo sa sarili natin kuweba. Ang nagre-resonate sa akin really right now is Elijah. Most of the time is when we encounter fear, nagtatago tayo. We pull back, we hide inside our caves. And God, I believe that the coronavirus is God's way of saying, what are you doing there? You have been given much. What are you going to do with what has been given to you? Go and show up, show yourself, deliver the message, deliver your heart's message, because someone out there, even one, needs that message. So yun po talaga yung tatak sa akin. Thank you po.
Coach, yung rise up,
Ishi?
nasa likod ni Coach Ed.
Oo nga, nasa likod yung rise up. Yeah. Ishi, are you
Coach
showing
Danny.
up? Yeah, okay. To all the people who watch, to the people who journey with us for 40 hours, thank you so much for believing. Thank you for taking time. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for really spending time with us. Maybe not of you was able to, may nag-echo lang. Maybe not everyone was able to stand the 40 hours straight, but I think everyone would have a chance to look back, rewind, replay. Even us, no, we have a lot of things to rewind and replay. So I myself would have that. No, the last 40 hours was really one of, I think, by far my glorious moment. I mean, like I've never had. I'm a person who's been into 40 days journey many times in my life. I do fasting for 40 days. My father's journey was also on 40 days. This is another 40 days to for me, 40 hours for me, but it looks like 40 days to all of us. You imagine one message, there's something to each and every message, okay? And with every message, you get to see the person behind the message, okay? So I want to end with gratefulness, gratitude to all the 39 fellow speakers who really rise up from
Yes.
their own personal limitations, from
Mm.
their own self-limiting beliefs. For all the coaches who joined this, I already sent you a personal message to our group. I said that if you want to level up and you want to continue in this journey, then message me personally. Let's continue, let's advance. Coach Maiko asked me, can I do this for personal and not for profession? I said yes, but truth of the matter, what we do for our personal thing, we do it professionally. In my case, wala kasi siyang pinagkaiba yung personal ko at professional. So sometimes when I speak, I kind of thinking that that's the same for everyone. But yes, if you don't want to make this as a living, because to me, I don't make a living thing with things, but the living comes out of the things that I do for fun, for joy, for serving the King. So for the 39, of course, except Master Coach Lakenda, that's given. So to the 38 people in the tribe, 2 from the US, so you've got like 36 from the local. everyone who wanted to come forward to advance in this arena, in this platform. Then we will continue. Just send me a message, because we don't want to. We know that you labored already for this 40 hours, and so we want you to rest. Your body needs to rest, your mind needs to rest, and I want to give you also the moment to reflect on all the other talks, on all the other speeches, and all the other sharing, because it's all beautiful. It's all beautiful. So take time, and when you're ready, response to me, and to all of you sending congratulations message. Thank you for saying yes. To the core team, maraming salamat for holding the rope, for tarrying for 40 hours. We are now completing 42 hours nonstop. So now we're crossing the 43rd hour. Okay, so tapos na, kompleto na po yung 42 hours natin. It's a beautiful journey. I know that each and every one of us had our own moments during the journey. It's how it's to me the most memorable 40 hours. Like, I've never had a 40 hours like this. Okay. It's not like you know that you're on a journey on a 40 hours and calculated mo. Ito, the last 40 hours was never the same. Um, it was also a moment where uh, your heart for service is also tested. My daughter barely get asleep for the last 40 hours, and that was like an ultimate sacrifice. It's different when you work hard. It's different when you see your daughter. It's different. Now I understand. Okay, if my father is watching right now, I will tell my father and I will tell my mother. Now I understand how you feel if I don't sleep and I don't eat. Now I know exactly how it feels. But you see the importance of what she's doing. You see how joyful she is serving, and you see her creativity and the grace that overflows. So she cannot come on the video right now. She's there. Of course, she's still the back end operator right now. She's done a great job. And when I was on her age, hindi ko kayang gawin talaga yun. So, ang alam ko lang umarte. Okay, I was in theater noon, pero wala akong alam sa ginagawa niya. And until now, she do a lot of things that I don't know. So thank you so much, Coach Orville, that one also who barely, lahat na ata ng crush, lahat na nangyari. But thank you for pulling through. To the technology that we were able to use, thank you so much. Okay, kung sino man kayo, okay, to all the people out there, maraming salamat. To all the people who, shared. I saw lang one message kanina. I will try to answer to all the questions and to all the messages, but there was one that popped up. Sabi niya, you hack the anxiety, you hack the depression of the time. So yeah, I am thinking it is, yun naman po talaga yung purpose namin, mang-hack ng na-ill feelings natin ngayon. So, and to give glory to the King. Now, to wrap the whole thing, okay, so virtual coach global virtual coaching summit part 2 is a follow through. The team is a follow through to the original material COVID, and follow through means you following through, you having the next steps, you doing an action steps for you to show up, not on your final curtain, to show up to your next rehearsals, to show up to the existing shows. Because we've got all existing shows in our lives today. Every day we show up, there are shows. Every day we show up, there are auditions. Every time we show up, there are rehearsals. All of these are going together all at the same time. So that's the life of a theater actor. Like, you're all over the place. And it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It's really fun. So the only time that you get bored and when you sit down and you allow, in fact, many of you would realize that when you start resting, it's even more the time that you feel that you pagod. No, it's the time that you feel like, I'm tired, my body is aching. But when you're constantly on the move, it's like on the gym. When you start, you really flex your muscles and all, you strengthen your muscle and you're able to do a lot of things. And so, to all the people out there, so to all the 40, the speakers, the other 39 fellow speakers, you have my commitment. Let's continue the journey. I have a lot of things in place. Actually, I have a lot of things in mind. Okay, now maybe you understand why I can create things like this. Okay, so that's the other part of the other story of Coach A. Yeah, I really think life is a big stage to me. So welcome to the stage. So that's how I really look at it. That's why I can really have fun on it. So I have something for those people who work on the 40 now, myself included, and of course to all of you coaches. Most of you are part of the part 1. So I'm coming up right now, not just the part 3, but really the continuity of what we're doing, because I believe a lot of people is waiting for the what's next. So yung mga tanong na what's next na yan, dapat na paghahandaan natin. So we're gonna be making an announcement for that. Another thing that I want to make an announcement is Decaf Coffee Republic, the service, the delivery and the pickup will only be until tomorrow. Okay, so we're gonna be resting. Okay, after tomorrow, so we will be resting and give way to the Lenten season. Okay, so we want to welcome our son back home for a season. Okay, we will be back in operations by Monday, so we're gonna be closed from Wednesday to Sunday, to allow the place some rest. Our lighthouse to rest but continue to be lighting, okay, to allow some moment of silence in the venue, to allow a moment of renewal, okay, in the place. So we will allow that, but okay, we continue to serve. Okay, we continue to serve. If you want help, if you need help, all the numbers. By this time, all our numbers: 0917586161. We're all over the place. We are in YouTube. We are in Facebook. We're all over the place, and we've got also people messaging from IG. So we're like out there, and if you need help, you know that we will reply to you. So we're not stopping 24/7. We're still here helping you out. Now, to all the people out there, yeah. So, pero na talaga ako, Coach A, may message. Sa mga nagme-message po, okay, mamaya po ako sasagot. Dami talaga, Coach A, may message ako, mamaya po. I will respond to everyone. I will respond after the show. Another thing is for all the change agents in the tribe that we have not yet connected for some reason. Okay, the connections is not going through for one reason, hindi tayo magkatugma. Just hop in there, message us, connect with us, and the Coach Connect is still ongoing. We've reached 109 coaches by far, and we are a tribe of 268. So we're not even halfway of the connections. To the industry, we've got 16 industries on connection. So we will continue with that right after the Holy Week. Just give us the time to renew, recover, and rest. To all the core team, you need to rest as well. So this is the moment to rest. And this is also the moment for you to take time, okay, to digest everything. Like, we've got so much. Yes, tuwa yung mga coaches. Yes, oo, di ba? I think this is the time that we can now connect, not on the level of work, not on the level of service. Let's connect in the level of love and communion with each other. I think that's I think a moment that we can give to each others now. Okay, so ganun din naman sa theater, may break din naman yan. So magbe-break din naman tayo from Wednesday to Sunday, okay, to give way. Now, to all of you out there who is not yet part of our tribe, meaning you are not yet a certified life coach, but you wanted to be certified, the next certification class is on April 27 and 28. And a lot of people is asking, will you continue? There is no news that we cannot continue. Until this moment, there is no news that it will be extended. There's a lot of people would say it will be extended, the quarantine. I don't know. But until it's announced, then April 27 and 28 holds true. Okay, that's going to be the next certification classes. Now, for those of you asking, okay, we've got in Coach A coaching community, we've got coaches certified by other institutes, certified online, certified in other places. So we've got coaches in that group coming from different parts of the world. If you are asking how you can avail materials, how you're asking how you can get help, and you're listening right now, just get in touch with Coach Candy Teng. You can find also that woman everywhere, also in Facebook. Okay, just type in Candy Teng, or you can message me and we'll get back to you. Okay, she's the one on top. Yeah, the one on maroon or pink, something like that. So okay, so get in touch with her and we'll walk you through a process how we can possibly help you. Because I receive a lot of questions. If I am not certified by your tribe, but I'm already a coach, I'm performing coach, I do this already, how can I get help? So yes, it's my commitment. I want to help you out during this time. So get in touch with Coach Candy Teng. For those of you inside Upskill, okay, I think it's an opportune time for all of you right now to take advantage of learning the trauma-informed coaching. So that's going to be up next inside Upskill. So I was just thinking, if we do virtual coaching, I think what you wanted to learn by this time, what is opportune is for you to learn the trauma-informed coaching. Tama ba? So even for those of you who attended the physical class, I think you would appreciate us having really that inside now virtually, because you will be doing this also virtually. So I'll see you inside Upskill. For those of you who are not yet inside Upskill, again, Coach Candy Teng is the person to get in touch with. Now, okay, nandyan, si Coach Candy. Okay, so andito pa. Okay, we will also be having inside upskill, the mental resiliency. I think people from Tacloban, Coach K Sabala, I think gustong-gusto nila to. So these are the classes you miss in Manila. But I think it's obviously a challenge again to bring a live class to an online portal. But I believe this is something that you all need right now because a lot of people needs this right now, especially in your province. Okay, so we're gonna be doing that inside upskill. Now, what's next for everyone? We're gonna be coming up with really a regular, not just a coaching sessions, but a regular learning opportunities for everyone in our tribe. So when I say our tribe, it's not only the certified life coaches, it's not only the people in Coach A coaching community, it's with all our extensions. So all the coaches in here have their own respective groups. So we call you part of our tribe. So we have a lot of things on that. That's why also we need this rest so we can really recalibrate once more. But I think from Wednesday to Sunday, we have really provided a lot of content for you to look into, to rehash, to review, to replay, and to comment on. Now, do me a favor, okay? If you have been blessed, okay, if we captured your heart doing this thing, okay, can you listen to me? Okay, do me a favor for those messages, for their talks that connects with you. Share that. Share that to your timeline, share that to your group, wherever it's opportune to you. Because I would respect if you don't want it in your timeline, you want it in your face, in your group. It's okay. But do me a favor to share it. And in the caption, share your highlights, share your wisdom, and share questions, okay, that you want to ask people or questions that you want to be answered, okay? Like, allow your mind to see intentionally the beauty inside those materials that have been entrusted and that those materials that we are blessed with. So do that favor. That favor is not for us. That favor is for those people who look up to you, who waits for you. And there's a lot of people who's thanking you for sharing. So let's continue the love flowing. Okay. The highlights of the whole event, I believe, uh, echoing what Pastor Allen have said, from the first speaker to the last speaker, so from my sister to mine, no talking about it, just on the team, we all magnify the God who's still in control. Okay? The divine being up there, to me, who's the director of all of this. And yeah, we've got our own bloopers like in any theater show, and like in any musical activity, and performances, and especially it's live and there's no retake. Yeah, I think some of the people in the streamline, so those the angels are like, you miss it again, and all of those things. But I believe the director is joyful to accomplish the 40 hours. So thank you so much, coaches. It's been a wonderful 40 hours. We finished our offering. We finished what we promised to deliver
Yes.
to the director and to the people, okay, whom the director, the producer wanted to reach in this season. We're not yet finished. We've just started the journey. We've just started the show. Sabi nga nila, marami siyang play, 'di ba? Maraming play ang lahat ng show, 'di ba? And if it's done perfectly, if done well, kung marami tayong na-reach, mayroon yan laging repeat performance. Malagi yang may replay, lagi yang may return, may comeback story. And because the director is up in there, the comeback and the return story is never the same. So it's always like an amplified version. It's like always a level up. So get ready for the level up. For those of you who's watching, stay connected with us. We will still be here. Yeah, we're turning off. We're going on offline right now, but we're all over the place. There's so much to read. There's so much to communicate. There's so much to get connected. So thank you so much, coaches. Thank you, everyone. To everyone in the globe who journey with us for 40 hours. So it's 42 hours and 13 minutes. Maraming pong salamat. Let's do this 3 times.
Thank
Labang
you.
boom. All right. Okay. Labang boom. Labang boom. Labang boom. To the technical, Coach Orville and Ishi, thank you so much for helping us. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.